Chapter 289. Killing a Heavenly Core Warrior. Bang! An area that was about 10 meters wide was cleared out, and all the trees in the area were shattered into pieces. "You're not here?" Again. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he continuously struck out with both hands, attacking crazily. The trees in the forest were destroyed one by one, and after more than 10 palm strikes, he still couldn't find Yixian. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man was about to land on the ground. But right at this moment, 2 cold beams suddenly shot up into the sky about 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. Swoosh! The arrows flew through the air and hit the head of the other Xian beast, instantly killing them. Right now, Yi Xian could have run away, but he didn't, because he had his eyes on the middle-aged man's storage ring. The central province is rich, they don't care about the 4 big cities at all. Let me see how much wealth a Heavenly Core Warrior has, Yi Xian thought to himself. At the same time, the middle-aged man had also found out Yi Xian's approximate location based on the cold beam he saw just now. Without hesitation, he used his palm strike to open up a path, knocking away all the trees in front of him. "You little brat, you have the potential to be an assassin. You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but you're already strong enough to fight me. Yesterday, you escaped and caused me to be scolded by the city lord. Today, I must kill you and atone for my crime." After the middle-aged man finished talking to himself, he started attacking crazily again. There were trees and fog in the forest, so he had to clear all the obstacles around him. But right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, had a confident smile on his face. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of grass rustling in the wind entered the middle-aged man's ears. He immediately turned around and threw out a punch. Now! Right at the moment when the middle-aged man attacked, Yi Xian, who was hiding 10 meters away from him, suddenly poured out a huge amount of core energy and gathered it on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, a huge sword was formed, and Yi Xian swung it towards the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He suddenly remembered that there were 2 people and immediately turned around. At this time, the 8 Desolation Greatsword had already slashed over. Fortunately, the middle-aged man had also refined his body, and his speed was extremely fast. He actually used both hands to slap the 8 Desolation Greatsword in the center of his palm. "You do have some ability, but can you take this move?" Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation Greatsword suddenly shattered. Following that, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He was completely stunned. Not only that, but the loud noise was still reverberating in his ears, constantly stimulating his brain. 2 seconds later, he fell limply to the ground, his eyes turning white. Seeing this, Yi Xian directly threw out the Bahuang sword in his hand. With a kacha sound, the Bahuang sword split into 8 pieces, then formed a sharp awl that suddenly pierced down. 8 desolate wind-killing array. Tianchong broke through. Hiss! The middle-aged man's chest was pierced through, and he died in an instant. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a brat who had just entered the Earth Core realm. There was a difference of 3 whole realms between them. After he died, Yi Xian walked out from the darkness and sneered, "What a pity! You died because of your carelessness. Don't think that I am 3 realms lower than you. If I had the chance, I would have killed you without leaving a single piece of armor behind. However, the combination of the Echo Formation and the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword almost made me deaf. Fortunately, there was the Echo Formation, or else it would have been difficult for me to kill you." After muttering to himself, Yi Xian kept the middle-aged man's remains and corpse. Back in the Ling Shao Peak's bamboo forest, Great Elder Lin Wenyue had set up a sound isolation formation. However, this time Yi Xian had set up an echo formation. If someone spoke inside, it would be like shouting in the valley, creating a continuous echo. This formation was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Yi Xian had set it up in advance. If it was during a battle, he definitely wouldn't have been able to set it up. Moreover, this middle-aged man seemed to have refined his body, and his physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, this man was very experienced in battle. He would always use some of his Dan essence to protect his ears. If it wasn't for the echo formation, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him with just the 8 Desolation heaven-shaking sword. As for what attracted the middle-aged man's attention, it wasn't Lin Shui'er, but some of the puppets that Yi Xian had hidden in the surroundings. The central province might have some sound techniques, so he was used to protecting his ears. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then checked the contents of the ring, a high-grade earth tool and a bunch of miscellaneous items. He had devoured everything and obtained 50 devouring crystals. The central province was indeed rich. The items in this Qian Kuan ring had probably surpassed the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion. Of course, that was the former Soaring Heaven Mansion. Previously, he had used 50 Devour crystals to exchange for a high-grade Earth-level martial art. Now that he had obtained another 50 Devour crystals, it was a good return. Then he left immediately. Lin Shui'er was very anxious when she saw the middle-aged man jump into the forest. After the middle-aged man landed, she didn't hear a single sound, which made her even more anxious. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. She was so frightened that she hurriedly drew her sword. However, when she saw who it was, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. "That's great, you're fine," Lin Shui'er exclaimed. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. After all, there were other people in the forest. "It's fine. That person is already dead," Yi Xian said with a relaxed expression. "What? Dead? You killed him?" Lin Shui'er exclaimed again when she heard this. Yi Xian nodded. "He's dead. However, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly." If the middle-aged man could chase after them, there might be other people chasing after them. Although the middle-aged man said that he wanted to redeem himself, it was better to be careful. If the city lord of Guangjin City were to chase after them, they would be dead meat. After he finished speaking, he directly carried Lin Shui'er and rushed towards the Divine Land City. Yi Xian's worries were unnecessary. When dawn arrived, they finally arrived at the Divine Land City. At this moment, the city gates were just opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Previously, when they went to Guangjin City, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Pang Xing. This time, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhang Miao. Yi Xian had a copy of Zhang Miao's address, so they immediately went to look for him. In front of a residence in the southern part of the Divine Land City, a servant was cleaning outside the Zhang residence. When he saw Yi Xian and Zhang Miao, he asked curiously, "Who are you looking for?" This location was relatively remote, and there was only one courtyard nearby that had people living there. That was why he asked this question. "Excuse me, does Zhang Miao live here? You're looking for the young master?" "The young master went out a few days ago and hasn't returned yet," the servant replied. Chapter 290. Alliance Chief of Divine Land Alliance not here? Yi Xian continued asking, "Do you know where he went? When will he be back?" "I don't know." The servant shook his head. Yi Xian was puzzled. He had found the place, but he couldn't find the person. Could it be that he had to look for the Myriad Pavilion again? "Thank you." He nodded his head and left. He wondered if the Myriad Pavilion could find Zhang Miao's exact location. After a while, Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er once again arrived at the Myriad Pavilion. Yi Xian didn't know much about Zhang Miao, but the Myriad Pavilion was still able to find out Zhang Miao's location. Zhang Miao is currently in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain? Yi Xian looked at the parchment and was startled. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was a dangerous place in the Divine Land. It was said that there were heavenly core Xian beasts there. It looked like Zhang Miao was training there. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian said to Lin Shui'er, "Let's find a place to stay first. Then I'll go look for him. You wait for him in the Divine Land City. Be careful." Lin Shui'er nodded her head. She knew that if she followed him, it would be very inconvenient for Yi Xian, and she would only be a burden to Yi Xian. Without further ado, both of them found a place to stay. Then Yi Xian left the Divine Land City. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was located at the north of the Divine Land City. Yi Xian estimated that with his speed, it would take him about 1 day to reach there. Zhang Miao is currently in a cave in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain he should be cultivating. This myriad pavilion is really resourceful, isn't it? Yi Xian was very surprised. This myriad pavilion could really do anything. They even knew the exact location of a person who was training outside. He had no idea how they did it. One day later, Yi Xian entered the heavenly shaking mountain. The heavenly shaking mountain was huge. It seemed to be even bigger than the entire soaring heaven mansion. It was impossible to find a person here. However, the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was very precise. It was in a cave in the western part of the heavenly shaking mountain. After entering the heaven-shaking mountain, Yi Xian immediately rushed out. This was a very suitable place for leveling up. There were many birds and beasts, and all of them were at least at the Earth Core realm. Therefore, Yi Xian was in a very good mood. He had the urge to level this heaven-shaking mountain. But at the moment, it was better to find Zhang Miao first. After all, the exact location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was a day ago. Very soon, Yi Xian found the cave according to the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion. However, there was no one in the cave. Bonfire, still warm, and leftover meat. Looks like they just left. Yi Xian frowned and looked around. Sure enough, he found a small footprint. He followed the footprints and began to sense his surroundings to see if he could find someone. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly rang out from the mountain, as well as all sorts of rumbling sounds. Someone is fighting with those Xian beasts. It should be Zhang Miao. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Those who were able to train in the heavenly shaking mountain were definitely not ordinary people. Previously, he only asked the All Affairs Pavilion to find Zhang Miao's location. They didn't look for any other information. Therefore, he estimated that Zhang Miao might be a mid-Earth Core warrior, or even a late Earth Core warrior. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. When he walked out of the forest, he saw 4 figures moving around in an open space in front of him. 3 heavenly core golden heavy apes? When Yi Xian saw the figures of the 3 figures, he was startled. Right now, the 3 golden heavy apes were attacking a young man who was holding a long sword. The battle was very intense. Zhang Miao? No way. A single man fighting 3 heavenly core Xian beasts? Is he really from the soaring heaven mansion? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The reward for being ranked second on the heavenly ranking was only a late mortal core warrior, and he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm after absorbing a Xian beast's inner core. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the alliance chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zhang Miao. However, when he saw that the young man seemed to be struggling, he immediately shouted, "Mister, do you need help?" Hearing this, the young man replied, "These 3 are heavenly core Xian beasts. They are extremely strong, and their defense is amazing. Please be careful." It looked like he needed help. So what if their defense is amazing? Yi Xian smiled. Then he took out an Earth Tool longbow and released an arrow. Mid-rank Earth rank martial skill soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and hit the back of one of the golden heavy apes. However, this golden heavy ape's defense was amazing, and the arrow only managed to make a small hole on its back. When the golden heavy ape was suddenly injured, it turned around and glared at Yi Xian. Then it turned around and continued attacking the young man. Its defense is amazing. Let's try this bow. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then he took out a new bow and arrow. It was a high-rank earth tool. Swoosh! Just now, the golden heavy ape didn't take the arrow seriously, so it was shot in the head. This time, its head was pierced through, and it died in an instant. A high-rank earth tool, a mid-rank earth martial skill, and the bloodline of the overlord arrow. Killing you is as easy as pie. Yi Xian let out a cold snort in his mind. When the golden heavy ape fell to the ground, he shot another arrow. Bam! Soul-breaking arrow. A single arrow could break a soul. The second golden heavy ape didn't even have time to react before its head exploded. When the third golden heavy ape saw that its 2 companions were killed, its eyes immediately lit up, and it prepared to charge towards Yi Xian. But right at this moment, the young man suddenly leapt into the air and slashed at its head with his sword. A head was sent flying and fell to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. A high-rank earth tool. A high-rank earth martial skill? Yi Xian immediately realized what was going on. This young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. A heavenly core warrior is still a heavenly core warrior. He's much easier to deal with than a human. The young man murmured to himself. Then he turned to Yixian and said, "My name is Zhang Miao. Thank you for your help." Yixian had killed 2 heavenly core golden heavy apes with just 3 arrows. This was more than enough to prove his strength. Zhang Miao. When Yixian heard this name, his eyes lit up. He had found the right person. But, although his name matched, his strength didn't match. "My name is Yixian." Yixian cupped his fist and said respectfully, "These 2 golden heavy apes were killed by Brother Yi, so their corpses should be yours." Zhang Miao put away the golden heavy ape he killed. Then he said to Yixian. Yixian walked over cautiously. Although this Zhang Miao might be the person he was looking for, there were 3 golden heavy apes' corpses in front of him, and 3 heavenly core cores. Who knew if this guy would suddenly attack him? Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very cautious. After that, he put away the 2 golden heavy apes' corpses. He turned around and saw that Zhang Miao was still standing a few meters away, quietly looking at him. Chapter 291. Divine Land City. This golden ape. I've been looking for it for a long time. With this inner core, I can break through to the heavenly core realm. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zhang Miao once again expressed his gratitude. I'm just trying to help when I see injustice. Yixian said with a smile on his face. The value of 2 heavenly core corpses had definitely surpassed the middle-aged man's wealth. This was a great deal. Brother Yi, you're so young, but you're already so strong. May I know which city you're from? Zhang Miao subconsciously asked. I'm not from the Zhong province. I'm from the eastern region's Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yixian replied slowly. When the 3 words Soaring Sky Mansion entered Zhang Miao's ears, he was shocked as well. How could a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion have the ability to kill a heavenly core profound beast with just 1 strike? Even the Supreme Elder couldn't do that. Since you're a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, do you know which 5 superpowers are in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Zhang Miao asked suspiciously. But at the same time, he was curious, because there was no reason for him to pretend to be a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In the Zhong province, any city could fight with the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 4 great dynasties and the Divine Land Alliance. Senior Disciple Zhang, I'm also a member of the Divine Land Alliance, and I'm here because of Senior Disciple Zhang Yu. Yixian went straight to the point. Zhang Miao was even more surprised. He quickly thought for a moment, then he smiled and said, So you've recognized me a long time ago. You must have gone to the Myriad Pavilion and come here specifically to find me. I never expected that the Soaring Heaven Mansion would be able to produce such a genius. Senior Disciple is overpraising me. Junior Disciple is here because of something important. Yixian told Zhang Miao about what had happened recently. What? A fist-sized celestial blue rock was swallowed by that green source giant? Zhang Miao was shocked when he heard what Yixian said. The Supreme Elder and Sect Chief asked me to come here because they want Senior Disciple to spread the news. Then we can work together and kill that peak heavenly core green source giant. Yixian nodded his head. This? Zhang Miao paused for a moment and said, This matter is of great importance. Even if the entire central continent is gathered together, its value would probably still be unable to compare to that single piece of celestial limestone. However, that piece of celestial limestone was swallowed by the green source giant, so I wonder how much remains of it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and asked, Junior brother, other than the Soaring Sky Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect, do any other forces know about this? No. Yixian shook his head. Previously, Lin Shuer had told the first senior brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Pang Xing. However, Pang Xing had already been killed by him. Therefore, there should only be 3 people in the central state who knew about this matter. If that's the case, we only need to mobilize the strength of a main city to destroy that green source giant, Zhang Miao said slowly. Does senior brother know the city lord of Divine Land? Yixian asked curiously. Zhang Miao nodded and said, That's right. I know him and I'm even very familiar with him. To be honest, the city master of Divine Land City is my grandfather. The reason why I joined the Soaring Sky Mansion and formed the Divine Land Alliance was to unearth geniuses. If you want to come to the central province in the future, you can join my divine land city. What? This answer was once again out of Yi Xian's expectation. The Pang Xing he met before was only the adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City. However, this first senior brother of the Soaring Sky Mansion was actually the grandson of the city lord of Divine Land City. Damn it! Was this a rich second generation who went to the countryside to experience life? Let's not delay any longer. We need to return to Divine Land City now. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to stay in the heaven-shaking mountain for a while, but since Zhang Miao placed so much importance on this matter, Yi Xian had no choice but to follow them back. After all, there were more heavenly core profound beasts in the heavenly Yuan sect. With his current strength, he could easily kill heavenly core profound beasts. At that time, he would be able to level up. 2 days later, Yi Xian followed Zhang Miao back to Divine Land City. After finding Lin Shui'er, Yi Xian followed Zhang Miao to the city lord's mansion. In a study room within the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Divine Land City, Zhang Shuahai, was discussing something with his son, the vice city lord, Zhang Yu. The adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City is dead. And that old fogey actually sent an arrest warrant to us? What a joke! Last time, he stole a Black Sun steel mine from my Divine Land City, and now he wants me to post an arrest warrant for him? City Lord Zhang Shuahai coldly harumphed. Father, I've heard about this as well. But I just received news that the old fogey is secretly gathering some strong warriors. I wonder what he's up to. Zhang Yu asked curiously. Zhang Shuahai coldly harumphed. That old fogey is really something. He actually sneaked to another territory to do some shady business. He must be crazy about money. Should we inform Laikong City about this? Zhang Yu asked again. No, let's let that old fox provoke the city lord first. After that, we'll spread the news and let the two main cities fight to the death. Zhang Shuahai shook his head. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered their ears. Grandfather, father. It was Zhang Miao's voice. You little brat, don't you know your manners? I'm talking to your grandfather about something important. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and stopped Zhang Miao. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er who were standing behind Zhang Miao. Then he was startled. He felt a bit strange, as he felt Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er looked familiar. Father, I have something important to tell you as well. Zhang Miao quickly said. Let him in. Zhang Shuahai's voice came from inside the room. Zhang Miao brought Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er into the study room. Didn't you go to the heavenly shaking mountain? What happened? Did you find the golden ape? Zhang Shuahai looked at Zhang Miao. Yes, I found it, and I've also obtained its inner core. Zhang Miao nodded and answered. Haha, good. I'll help you absorb it when the time comes. It won't be long before you break through to the heavenly core realm. Zhang Shuahai stroked his beard and smiled. Right at this moment, he turned his attention to Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er who were standing behind Zhang Miao. In the next moment, his expression changed and he took out 2 portraits. And? A wanted criminal from Guangjin City? Zhang Shuahai said in shock. Yi Xian glanced at the portrait in Zhang Shuahai's hand with a surprised expression. He noticed that one of the portraits in Zhang Shuahai's hand looked 80% like him, and the other one looked almost the same as Lin Shui'er. Zhang Miao was surprised as well. She asked, Grandfather, why do you have Yi Xian's portrait? A few days ago, the adopted son of the Guangjin City's city lord was killed. The city lord sent an arrest warrant here and asked us to keep an eye out for him. After saying that, Zhang Shuahai turned his attention back to Yi Xian. Don't tell me, it was you two who killed Pang Xing. Chapter 292. Heavenly Yuan sect return, don't worry. The Divine Land City and Guangjin City don't have a good relationship. Even if you killed the city lord, I won't do anything to you. But, since you killed that old man's adopted son in the governor's mansion, even I have to admit that I admire your courage. Zhang Shuahai praised. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Senior, you flatter me. Alright, Zhang Miao, the reason you came to me is because of them, right? You can rest assured now, I won't tell that old man about what happened in the Divine Land City. Zhang Shuahai waved his hand and shattered the 2 portraits in his hand. When Zheng Miao heard that Yi Xian had killed the young city lord of Guangjin City, he was shocked as well. But the reason he came to Zheng Shuahai was not because of this. "Grandfather, you misunderstood me. Listen to me." Zheng Miao started telling his grandfather everything that happened in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After hearing what he said, both Zheng Shuahai and Zheng Yu were stunned. A fist-sized celestial green stone and a profound core profound beast? Zheng Shuahai widened his eyes and said, "Huiyang. I remember this Huiyang was from the Divine Land City. I never thought she would find a celestial green stone. Little brother Yi, is that why you came here?" Zheng Yu turned around and asked. "Yes, she is a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. That's why we came to the Central Province this time. We want to spread the news and ask the warriors of the Central Province to eliminate those green source giants." Yi Xian nodded his head. Zheng Yu suddenly thought of something and asked, "You went to the governor's mansion in Guangjin City before this? What were you doing there?" This Yi Xian actually wanted to keep it a secret, but now it seemed like there was no need to. Therefore, he just told him. That old man's adopted son, Pang Xing, is actually from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Not good. That old man is not gathering his men in Lai Sky City. He is going to the southern region. Zheng Shuahai immediately reacted and shouted, "Zheng Yu, go gather all profound Earth Core warriors now." "Yes, father." Zheng Yu replied and quickly left. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian finally understood. It was no wonder that Guangjin City's city lord did not personally come to arrest him. It should be because he knew about the celestial bluestone. It was likely that when Lin Shuer told Pang Xing, the middle-aged man heard it and reported it to Guangjin City's city lord. Soon, all the warriors from the city lord's mansion had gathered. Aside from Zheng Shuahai, who was the initial Heavenly Core warrior, there were also 4 early Heavenly Core warriors, including Zheng Yu and a dozen late Earth Core warriors. This was the strength of the City Lord Office of Divine Land City. Not only that, Zheng Shuahai also had a Heavenly Core cloud-soaring bird. It would only take him 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Immediately, the group of people set off. Perhaps the Guangjin City had set off a long time ago. If they were any slower, all the Heavenly Core Shen Beast's cores would have been taken away by the Guangjin City. Not only that, but even that green source giant could be killed. Therefore, they must arrive before the city lord of Guangjin. Due to the urgency of the situation, they didn't have time to return to the soaring heaven mansion. Instead, they set off straight for the Heavenly Yuan sect. Heavenly Core Shen Beasts were extremely fast. Yi Xian and the rest only spent 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. High up in the sky, a big gray bird was flapping its wings. On its back, there were a dozen men standing. So those are the green source giants? Good. Looks like the men from Guangjin City haven't arrived yet. The city lord, Zheng Shuahai, looked into the distance and saw those small green source giants. When we left, there were only a few hundred of those small green source giants left. But now there are even more of them. Furthermore, there are even early Heavenly Core Shen Beasts. Yi Xian said with a frown on his face. Zheng Shuahai didn't mind. Don't worry, we arrived earlier than the Guangjin City. As long as we gather together, it won't take long for us to kill all these small green source giants. With so many Shen Beasts, just their inner cores alone would be a huge number. When they looked into the distance, they could see more than 110-meter-tall green source giants. They were all at least at the Heavenly Core realm. Right at this moment, another bird beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Zheng Shuahai subconsciously looked into the sky, but he didn't know who it was. Grandfather, they are from the soaring heaven mansion. When Zheng Miao saw them, he hastily said. Right at this moment, there were a total of 4 men riding on soaring heaven rocks. They were the 4 higher-ups from the soaring heaven mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect. When the 2 birds met, Yi Xian and Lin Shuer jumped onto the back of the soaring heaven rocks. Yi Xian, you're finally back. When the Grand Elder, Zhou Yan, saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but say, Grand Elder, did you know that senior disciple Zhang is the grandson of the city lord? Yi Xian asked in a straightforward manner. What? Hearing this, all 4 men were shocked. Yixian was too lazy to explain, he just went to introduce them. Alright, I got it. Since you're the ones who brought me the news, I can promise you that after this is done, I'll give you 10% of the inner cores, but you have to help me. Zhang Shuahai didn't mind at all. He could tell that Zhou Yan and the other 3 men had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 10% was more than enough. Thank you, City Lord. Zhou Yan quickly expressed his gratitude. There were so many heavenly core Shen beasts here, 10% of the inner cores would give them at least a dozen inner cores. As for the celestial green rock, they wouldn't ask for it. There's no time to lose, we'll do as we've planned. Let's clear out an area first. Little brother Yi, the 5 of you can go together, the inner cores will belong to you. After saying that, Zhang Shuahai jumped off the soaring heaven rocks. Belong to us? Zhou Yan and the other 3 men looked at each other. They were all thinking that the divine land city was really generous. Shui, you stay on the soaring heaven rocks. Don't go down. Mo Ziyun said to Lin Shui. Yes, master. Lin Shui replied. She knew that she was too weak, and if she went down, she would only put more pressure on the others. After that, the 4 of them jumped off the soaring heaven rocks. Be careful, Yixian said as he jumped off the soaring heaven rocks as well. However, he was going in a different direction than the other 4 men. He was going to do it alone. In fact, when he broke through to the Earth Core realm, he wanted to come here alone to kill monsters and level up. A high-rank Earth weapon, a high-rank Earth martial skill, and a 10% increase in movement speed. His combat strength was probably even higher than the heavenly Yuan Sect's Grand Elder, Yi Tianlang. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So many Shen beasts. Let the hunt begin. Yixian laughed out loud in his mind. He took out a high-rank Earth weapon longbow and exchanged it for a high-rank Earth martial skill. High-rank Earth martial skill. Chain of 7 stars. Chapter 293. Arriving at Guangjin City, 7 arrows pierced through the air and pierced through the stomach of a late Earth Core warrior a few hundred meters away. After killing so many green source giants, Yixian had found a weakness that wasn't really a weakness. The green source giant's weakness was similar to a human's weakness. It was located in the Dantian, and there was a small space there. As long as this space was destroyed, the green source giant would be dead. Yixian's 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword had destroyed this small space, and that was why he was able to kill the green source giant. A high-ranked Earth rank martial skill is really something. It can kill with just 1 strike. Yixian felt really proud of himself. Perhaps, besides those heavenly core warriors, no one else in this place could do this. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the corpse and stored it away. In just an instant, he had gained a lot of core energy and 10 devouring crystals. Right now, he still had 150 devouring crystals. He had exchanged for the sky-shaking fist and 7 meteor chain arrows, both of which were high-ranked Earth rank martial skills. A green source giant at the Great Success Earth Core realm could get about 10 devour crystals. He was thinking that he might be able to break through to the early Earth Core realm this time. At the same time, the warriors from the Divine Land City had split into a few groups. The city lord Zhang Shuahai was killing the green source giants by himself, and so were Zhang Yu and the other 4 heavenly core warriors. If they really wanted to compare their efficiency, Zhang Miao and the dozen late earthly core warriors were the slowest, followed by Zhou Yan's group of 4, followed by Zhang Yu's group of 4, followed by Yixian's group of 4, and finally the initial heavenly core warrior Zhang Shuahai. In simple terms, Yixian's efficiency was second only to Zhang Shuahai. Lin Shui, who was watching from the sky, had been focusing all her attention on Yixian. She was so impressed that she had nothing to say. Yixian was 4 stages lower than Zhang Shuahai, but his efficiency was second only to Zhang Shuahai. He was indeed a monster. In just a few minutes, Yixian had killed more than 100 profound beasts, and most of them were at the Earth Core realm. In total, he had earned more than 150 devour crystals. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly dashed towards him. A heavenly core green giant? Yixian was taken aback. He quickly retreated while continuing to attack. The green source giant who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm was 20 meters tall, and its speed was at least a few times faster than a peak Earth Core warrior. However, with the 10% increase in movement speed, he was able to increase the distance between them. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. This green source giant was very fast. It was like a war chariot as it ran over Yixian. However, it had almost no intelligence. All it knew was to kill. Yixian retreated as he attacked, hitting 100% of his shots. There was already a hole in the dantian of this green source giant. Just a little more and its dantian would be pierced through. 7-star chain. Yixian used up all the Jindan essence in his body and shot one last arrow. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the heavenly core green source giant fell backwards. Yixian took a big step forward and retrieved the beast core. After that, he swallowed the beast core. Previously, he had swallowed a beast core that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and each beast core only contained 25 Jindan. Therefore, he decided to give it to Song Suijing. During the time I wasn't here, this green source giant had created many more smaller giants. This must be the energy from the celestial blue stone. If I can devour all these heavenly core green source giants, I can at least break through to the peak earth core realm. At that time, I can beat that stupid city lord of Guangjin City. Yixian was still killing the green source giants while fantasizing about his future. After killing for a while, a few flying mounts suddenly appeared in the sky. Beep! These flying mounts let out a few cries, attracting everyone's attention. Not good, that old man is here. Zheng Shuahai turned around and looked. His expression immediately changed. He called the soaring cloud bird and jumped onto its back. When the flying mounts arrived, a white-haired old man shouted out in surprise, "Zheng Shuahai, why are you here? Yuan Yibo, what a coincidence." Zheng Shuahai smiled. This white-haired old man was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yibo. Just like Zheng Shuahai, he was a mid-heavenly core warrior. Right at this moment, Yuan Yibo suddenly turned around and saw Lin Shuer. He immediately unleashed a killing intent and said, "Since you're here, I think high official he must have been killed. Zheng Shuahai, how dare you kill my men?" High official he? Zheng Shuahai was surprised. "I don't know what you're talking about, but this little girl is my guest. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first." Humph! Yuan Yibo let out a cold snort. Although he was resentful of Pang Xing's death, he still prioritized his own benefits. He then turned around and looked at Zheng Shuahai. "Zheng Shuahai, since you're here, I'm sure you know what's going on. If we fight, none of us will get any benefits. Why don't we talk?" "I have the same idea," Zheng Shuahai said with a smile. "Yuan Yibo, how do you want to cooperate?" "Cooperate? No, I don't need to cooperate." Yuan Yibo shook his head and said, "There are so many Shen beasts here. We can hunt freely without interfering with each other. What do you think?" "Don't interfere with each other? Good idea, but what about the green source giant?" Zheng Shuahai's eyes lit up. "Let's talk about it after we kill all of them." Yuan Yibo replied. "All right, let's do that then." Zheng Shuahai agreed. After that, Yuan Yibo and the other men landed far away from Zheng Shuahai. After they landed, a young man walked up to them and said, "City Lord Yuan, you mean, young Master Yang Ling. I'm sorry I didn't introduce you to them just now." Yuan Yibo hurriedly said, "It's fine. It's fine. City Lord Yuan, you should be thinking of secretly getting rid of those people, right?" The young man called young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Yibo said, "That's right, there are so many Shen beasts here, of course we can't just let them kill them. Besides, I'm sure young Master Yang Ling is interested in this as well, right?" Yuan Yibo asked with a smile on his face. "I'm afraid there's no one who isn't interested in this. I've taken a look just now, besides the city lord, the rest of them are nothing to be afraid of. As long as we work together, we can kill all of them secretly." Young Master Yang Ling said in an indifferent tone. "All right." Yuan Yibo's eyes lit up. He was filled with killing intent. Right at the same time, on the other side, Zheng Shuahai had gathered all the other men. "This old fox is extremely greedy, and his methods are cruel. You guys need to be careful. Those who haven't broken through to the Earth Core realm, stay away from them." Zheng Shuahai reminded. "We will." Zheng Yu nodded his head. He was ready to work together with another Heavenly Core warrior. "If that's the case, let's begin. It's better to be safe than sorry. This guy will definitely take action. When the time comes, don't show any mercy, we can strike first. Chapter 294. He was courting death. However, only the people from Divine Land City were gathered. As for Zhou Yan's side, Yi Xian had called them over. Even Lin Shuer had come. Shuer, what's going on? Mo Ziyun asked, puzzled. Master. Lin Shuer hesitated, not knowing what to say. Let me explain. Your heavenly Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, Pang Xing, is an ingrate. After he was adopted by that old man, he was ungrateful. Not only did he not help, he even wanted to force Shuer to marry him. In the end, he even turned into a pervert and said some nasty things. He even tried to touch Shuer. I accidentally killed him. Yi Xian explained briefly. What? You killed Pang Xing? Mo Ziyun was shocked. Pang Xing was his disciple. Sect Master Mo, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Yi Xian turned and asked. If I didn't do it, the two of us would have ended up in a horrible state. Shuer, is this true? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Lin Shuer nodded. Master, it's true. Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang might not believe what Yi Xian said. But since Lin Shuer nodded, it had to be the truth. What an ingrate, to think that I nurtured him. Mo Ziyun was so angry that he was trembling. Alright, let's not talk about this now. You killed Pang Xing, so Yuan Yiba will probably seek you out for revenge. Shuer, I'll escort you to find a place to hide. Don't show yourself. Yi Tianlang said. I'll go. I'll open up a cave and set up a formation. It'll be safer that way. Yi Xian took the initiative. Lin Shuer was the weakest person present. Any one of them could kill her. This place was very dangerous, so she couldn't stay here. She had to hide. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Tianlang nodded. Next, Yi Xian directly brought Lin Shuer to the bottom of a cliff, opened up a cave, and set up a formation for the Shanglu. Stay here and wait quietly. Don't make a sound. After setting up the array formation, Yi Xian said to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was also considered his relative. He didn't want Lin Shuer to die just like that. After all, the two of them were once considered to be engaged. Be careful, Shuer reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and left the room. Then, he quickly returned and continued his hunt. At the same time, he was even more vigilant than before. Although Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Yibo didn't say anything, if he encountered him, he would definitely kill him. Previously, he had killed a heavenly core warrior, but it was at night, and with the help of the dark shadow leopard's bloodline, he was able to hide in the dark. He had also set up an echo formation to lure the enemy in. If he was asked to fight a heavenly core warrior alone right now, Zhou Yan and the others wouldn't have much of a problem, but those heavenly core warriors from the central province, he couldn't do anything about them. This was because he could feel that all these heavenly core warriors from the central province were all body-refining warriors. If he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there was a gap of 3 levels between them, and they might also have a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. After returning, Yi Xian continued his hunt. With his innate skill of locating, he could scan the surrounding 1,500 meters. As long as someone stepped into the area, he would be able to react immediately. After the arrival of the Guangjin City's men, the rest of the men began to conserve their strength. They didn't want to use their full strength, as it would quickly deplete their strength and core energies, because there might be a big battle coming soon. This was actually a good thing for Yi Xian. So you guys aren't looking for heavenly core Xian beasts anymore? Great. I'm the one who's lucky. Yi Xian had just killed a green source giant that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Then he swallowed a recovery pill that was worth 1 devour crystal. In an instant, the core energy in his body was fully recovered. 1 devour crystal was equivalent to 1 trillion devour points, which was equivalent to 10,000 high-ranked crystal stones. With 5 devour crystals, one could get a high-ranked soul item under special circumstances. The rest of the men also had their own recovery pills, but Yi Xian's method of recovering all the core energies of an earthly core warrior was something that no one had ever seen before. For Yi Xian to kill a heavenly core Xian beast, He only needed to use the high-ranked Earth-rank 7 meteor chain arrows a few times, and that would consume almost all of his core energies. Simply put, this was a win-win situation. The fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one. Yi Xian continued his crazy slaughter. More green source giants fell one after another, causing the surrounding men to be stunned. That young man, how can he be so strong? I think he's even younger than Zhang Miao? A heavenly core warrior said with mixed feelings. Zhang Yu nodded his head upon hearing this. His talent is comparable to the 3 princes of the upper 3 cities. After this, Father will definitely try to rope him in. In the future, perhaps our divine land city will be able to get rid of the lower 3 cities and become one of the upper 3 cities. Both men paused for a moment. Then they continued their slaughter. However, Yi Xian's high-profile slaughter had attracted the attention of the men from Guangjin City. That young man's archery skill is amazing. He has killed so many heavenly core Shen beasts. If I can get my hands on those core, I'm sure I can break through to the minor heavenly core realm. A revered elder from the mayor's mansion thought for a moment. Then he quietly walked towards Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was fighting the 9th heavenly core green source giant. A few seconds later, the green source giant fell to the ground. Yi Xian swallowed a pill. Then he put away the corpse and its core. But right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that someone had stepped into his sensing range. Who is it? Yi Xian's expression changed. Normally, the men from Guangjin City and Divine Land City shouldn't have come into contact with each other. But he felt that this man was a stranger. He was sure that this man was from Guangjin City. It looked like this man had come here specifically for him. Fog formation, activate. Echo formation, activate. The 2 formations were stacked together, and in an instant, they had surrounded an area of a few hundred meters. However, the fog formation had a large range, and the echo formation only had a range of a few hundred meters. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait for this man to come in. And why is there fog here? What a young man, he even knows how to use a spirit formation. When the old man who was trying to approach Yi Xian saw the white fog, he stopped in his tracks. Could it be that he knows I'm here? He thought for a moment, but he felt that it was impossible. Therefore, he stepped into the fog. Although he couldn't see Yi Xian, he could still hear what was going on around him. Of course, he couldn't compare with Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian couldn't see, he could still sense where this man was, and how far away he was. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. Chapter 295. The war between the 2 cities. This guy must have created a foggy area to recover his core energy and stamina. The old man thought to himself. But right at this moment, a sonic boom suddenly sounded out. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed. When he heard the sonic boom coming from his surroundings, he immediately dodged to the side. Pop! 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 7 arrow beams connected into a single line and pierced through the old man's shoulder, causing blood to splash out from his wound. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. He assumed that Yi Xian must have missed his target, and he accidentally rushed forward. Luckily, it was only his left shoulder that was injured, and it didn't affect his combat strength much. The old man immediately started running forward, trying to find Yi Xian based on the direction of the attack. But, after running for a while, he still couldn't hear anything. This meant that Yi Xian didn't move or he had run away long ago. Damn it, he really found me and ran away? The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't kill Yi Xian and he was injured instead. But, just as he was thinking about this, he finally sensed some movement around him. Hiss! Over there! The old man thrust his sword forward, and a sharp sword beam was unleashed. It hit something in an instant, and after that, the old man heard a plop sound. Haha, is he dead? The old man was overjoyed, and he quickly rushed over. But when he got closer, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human corpse, but a puppet that he had destroyed. Not good. He immediately reacted, but right at this moment, a huge sword was already slashing towards him. Clang! The old man reacted quickly and blocked the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. But, He couldn't block the second attack of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. Buzz! The huge sword suddenly trembled violently, then it shattered into pieces, producing a loud noise that shook the heavens. The old man felt a pain in his head, and the core energy he had gathered was instantly dispersed. Although the loud noise was echoing in the echo formation, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swish! While he was in a trance, 8 sharp blades suddenly swept out from different directions. You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. The old man shouted. He gathered all his strength and condensed a Jindan essence. Then it exploded. Bang! The 8 sharp blades were instantly repelled by this Jindan essence. This old man was much stronger than the middle-aged man Yi Xian had killed before, but he still couldn't escape death. Pa! Just as the old man was sighing in relief that he had dodged a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and threw out a punch. High-grade Earth-level martial art. Exploding Heaven Fist. 10,000 Beasts Bloodline, King of Fighters Bloodline, high-grade Earth-ranked martial arts, and high-grade Earth-ranked gloves. All of these factors had greatly increased the power of this punch. This scene happened so suddenly that the old man had no time to condense his Jindan essence. He could only stab forward with his sword. However, he suddenly saw the figure in front of him flash, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the old man was sent flying away. Luckily, he had tempered his body for dozens of years, so he wasn't killed by this punch. Right at this moment, he had regained his consciousness. But, right at this moment, he felt a chill on his back again. In his eyes, he saw a sharp awl piercing through his chest, and there was blood and flesh mixed in it. He opened his eyes wide. He never expected to die in this place. Plop! The old man's corpse fell onto the ground. There was a big hole in his chest, and his flesh was badly mutilated. There was no sign of life. After the old man died, Yi Xian walked over to the old man's corpse and collected the storage ring and weapons. After that, he threw the old man's corpse into a storage ring. Trying to kill me, you really don't know what death is. Yi Xian murmured in his mind. Then he started checking the old man's storage ring. 2 corpses of Heavenly Core Shen beasts, 4 inner cores of Heavenly Core Shen beasts, a high-ranked earth weapon. There's even a high-ranked earth movement skill. Yi Xian laughed. Then he threw all these things into his devouring space. After that, he immediately devoured all the corpses and inner cores. His cultivation base immediately soared by a large margin. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the minor Earth Core realm after consuming another 10 inner cores of Heavenly Core Shen beasts. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he left the place. He was about to break through. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Since the people of Guangjin City dared to cause him trouble, of course he would have to take revenge. He had already planned it out. Once he broke through, he would go find them and make sure they wouldn't be able to return alive. Time passed by slowly, and all the green source giants in the vicinity were slowly being cleared out. In less than half an hour, half of the thousands of green source giants were cleared out. In another half an hour, all the green source giants would be cleared out. At that point of time, he would be able to deal with the green source giant sitting quietly in the Heavenly Yuan sect. At this time, it had already been a long time since Yi Xian killed that Guangjin City consecrator. During this period of time, he had killed another 5 to 6 Heavenly Core Green Source Giants, as well as a bunch of Earth Core Giants. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the Earth Core realm, just a little bit more and he would be able to break through to the minor Earth Core realm. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly entered his vision. The fuck? A 40-meter-tall Green Source Giant. A minor Heavenly Core warrior? Yi Xian was startled. Then he quickly backed off. A minor Heavenly Core Giant was not something he could handle with his current strength. He had to back off. But, right when he backed off, someone was fighting the Green Source Giant. It was the City Lord of Divine Province, Zhang Shuahai, and the City Lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yibo. There were only 3 minor Heavenly Core Green Source Giants, and if all their inner cores fell into Zhang Shuahai's hands, he would be able to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. Yuan Yibo was the same. Therefore, they had to fight for it. Yuan Yibo, what are you trying to do? When Zhang Shuahai saw Yuan Yibo suddenly jumping out, he shouted out loudly. Zhang Shuahai, do you think this is a matter of first come, first served? Yuan Yibo said with a grin on his face. Although Zhang Shuahai had attacked first, this was still a matter of great importance, and Yuan Yibo would never give up so easily. You want to fight now? Fine, I, Zhang Shuahai, will accompany you. Zhang Shuahai shouted out loudly. Then he immediately dashed towards Yuan Yibo. In an instant, both men started fighting. Furthermore, they were fighting right in front of the minor heavenly core green source giant. Worthy of being the city lords of the two main cities, you have guts. Yi Xian, who was flying in the air not far away, shook his head. In the next moment, he saw quite a few people approaching the green source giant. Chapter 296. Breakthrough TSK. Killing monsters is better than killing people, I'll go as well. Yi Xian sneered. Then he landed on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the attack. His speed was extremely fast, and he was the first one to arrive 1,000 meters away from the two city lords. Then he waited quietly. As expected, 3 silhouettes entered his perception range. He went around the 3 men and laid in ambush. When the 3 men approached him, he struck. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. 8 sharp blades were unleashed in an instant, slicing the 3 late Earth Core warriors into pieces. Yi Xian quickly picked up the storage rings and weapons from the 3 men. Then he left the scene. These 3 men's loot was not bad. Their loot was equivalent to 2 late Heavenly Core Shen beasts. And here they come again. A Heavenly Core warrior? Yi Xian was startled. Then he immediately set up the Fog Formation and Echo Formation. He could kill a late Earth Core warrior in an instant, but he had to take a Heavenly Core warrior seriously. Right at this moment, the man who was rushing towards the green source giant furrowed his brows and asked, Spirit Formation? Who set it up? Although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formation. In this place, there were only 2 men he was afraid of. One was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yibo, and the other was the city lord of Divine Province, Zhang Shuahai. Besides these 2, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He increased his speed, thinking that if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he would just kill them. This man was the young man who was called Young Master Yongling by Yuan Yibo slap. Young Master Yongling stepped into the Echo Formation, and in the next moment, a crisp sound came from the side. Someone was here. I don't care who you are. Die. To be safe, Young Master Yongling swung his sword and cut his target in half. But this was still a puppet used by Yi Xian to create a diversion. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword and swung it horizontally. Young Master Yongling immediately reacted. He raised both of his hands and blocked the 8 Desolation Greatsword. And this is... Young Master Yongling's eyes widened. He quickly used his core to protect his ears. Buzz! An enormous sound resounded as Young Master Yongling's entire body was blasted flying. Subsequently, a sharp awl assaulted him. High-grade Earth-level martial art. Cross Heavenly Light Slash. Young Master Yongling's right hand quickly chopped and swept. A cross-shaped attack instantly struck out, scattering Tian Chong Pa. So strong. This person's strength isn't something I can fight against right now. Retreat. Not far away, Yi Xian sensed it and immediately withdrew his Bahuang sword before fleeing. Since his attack failed, he immediately fled. Yi Xian did not expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. His opponent reacted quickly and used his Jindan essence to protect his ears, rendering the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking sword useless. Then he dispersed the Sky Rush attack. This level of strength was definitely not something he could handle at the moment. Therefore, he could only run. Young Master Yongling flipped backwards and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed towards the place where the Bahuang sword was assembled. However, after chasing for a while, he did not find anyone. Humph, you do have some ability. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Young Master Yongling let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and left. He wanted to help Yuan Yibo deal with Zhang Shuahai first. After he left, Yi Xian walked out from under the shade of a dark tree. This guy is so strong, and he's so young. I'm sure he's not from Guangjin City. Looks like things aren't going well. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he disappeared again. He had to break through as soon as possible so he could go and help Yuan Yibo. After that, he encountered another group of 3 men from Guangjin City. After that, he killed a heavenly core green source giant. After devouring the core of the heavenly core Shen beast, he finally heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through to the initial Earth core realm. I finally broke through. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. After breaking through, the strength of his core energy had skyrocketed, and his physique had improved as well. Right now, the number of core crystals he had devoured had reached 800. With so many core crystals, if it was anyone else, they would have no problem breaking through to the initial heavenly core realm, but he was only at the initial Earth core realm. Rumble. Just as he was breaking through, the battle not far from him had become even more intense. From a one-on-one fight between 2 men, it had turned into a chaotic battle between more than 10 men. Besides, judging from the sounds, it seemed like the Divine Land City was at a disadvantage. Looks like Guangjin City has a secret weapon. No, I need to go help now. Yi Xian didn't dare think too much about it. He quickly turned around and ran towards the battlefield. If all the men from Divine Land City were killed, then he wouldn't be able to get 10% of the core crystals. Ha ha ha, Zheng Shuahai. Why are you running away? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Guangjin City's city lord, Yuan Yibo, laughed out loud. Right now, the city lord, Zheng Shuahai, was being beaten back by Yuan Yibo. It wasn't because he was weaker than Yuan Yibo, it was because of another powerful warrior, a warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Back off! Everyone back off! Zheng Shuahai shouted with a serious expression. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the nascent heavenly core warrior who had appeared out of nowhere was stronger than Zheng Shuahai. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Haha! You want to leave? It's not that easy. If I let you run away, you might come back later. I'm not that stupid. Young Master Yongling, please help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. When he heard what Yuan Yibo said, Zheng Shuahai's face sank. Young Master Yongling? Wasn't he the young city lord of Yongling City, one of the 3 upper cities in the central province? Alright, Senior Xie. Help City Lord Yuan kill them. I'll handle this initial heavenly core green source giant. A young man's voice sounded out. Immediately after that, another figure dashed out from the side. Not good. Zheng Shuahai gritted his teeth and ran away with all his strength. 2 initial heavenly core warriors, one was as strong as him, and the other was stronger than him. If he was surrounded by them, his life would be in danger. All the warriors who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm and earth core realm had their morale boosted, and they started charging towards Zhang Yu and the other men. On the other side, Yi Xian had a serious expression on his face as well. Looking at the backs of those men, he thought to himself, if I go there now, I might not make it in time. Why don't I find that young Master Yongling? He knew that Senior Xie was young Master Yongling's bodyguard. As long as young Master Yongling was threatened, he would definitely come back. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately dashed out. Just now, he couldn't defeat young Master Yongling, and even his sneak attack failed. But now, he had broken through, and it was still uncertain who would win. Right now, young Master Yongling was fighting with the initial heavenly core green source giant, and he had no idea that Yi Xian was approaching him. Chapter 297. Young Master Yongling was dead. Bang! Bang! Young Master Yongling kept attacking. His physique was stronger than the old man Yi Xian had killed earlier. His strength was considered to be very strong amongst those who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, when compared to Yi Xian, his physique was still much weaker. Swoosh! Yi Xian instantly crossed 100 meters and arrived next to young Master Yongling coincidentally. The green source giant was helping Yi Xian as well. 2 attacks from 2 different directions brought great pressure to young Master Yongling. It's you again, you scum! This time, young Master Yongling finally saw Yi Xian's face. Without hesitating, he unleashed a huge amount of core energy, and after dodging the green source giant's attack, he used his long sword to block in front of him. blocking Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Greatsword. But before he left, Yi Xian had consumed a type of pill, the Great Strength Pill. When he was still in the Mortal Core realm, Yi Xian had consumed one before. That pill was only effective for Mortal Core warriors. This time it was an Earth Core Great Strength Pill, and it was worth 30 Devour Crystals. With double the strength, Yi Xian's attack was extremely powerful. With a single sweep, he knocked young Master Yang Ling into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately changed his weapon. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. Before young Master Yang Ling had flown more than 100 meters away, Yi Xian had already shot out 3 predictive attacks. 21 arrow beams flew towards young Master Yang Ling like lightning. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling's hands were trembling from the attack. Looking at the 21 arrow beams, he unleashed a few core energy palms with all his strength. He tried to block these arrow beams, and at the same time increase his speed and get away from the arrow beams. These palms were very powerful, but they were easily pierced through. They only managed to block 3 arrow beams. As for the remaining 18 arrow beams, they quickly flew past his body. Pooh! 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 Even though young Master Yang Ling intended to dodge, for arrows still hit him. His thighs, shoulders, stomach, and arms were all pierced through. Blood instantly dyed his snow-white clothes red. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling gritted his teeth and cursed. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, his expression instantly stiffened in the next moment. He did not know when Yi Xian had caught up to him, but the Ba Huang greatsword in his hand slashed down at him from top to bottom. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling propped up the long sword with both hands and held it above his head. His entire body was instantly chopped to the ground, and half of his body was embedded in the mud. Yi Xian's unparalleled strength made his hands tremble violently. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise he would have been cut in half by this sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Yi Xian, who was more than 10 meters away, was actually holding a sword with one hand. Not good. His eyes widened as he watched Yi Xian throw a punch through the air. The speed of this punch was even faster than his, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling's chest was hit, and the aura in his body instantly became chaotic. His hands no longer had the strength to support the Ba Huang greatsword. Rip! The Ba Huang greatsword slashed down, cutting off young Master Yang Ling's left arm and half of his shoulder. The cut was very neat, and the white bone could be seen at the wound. With his left shoulder cut off, young Master Yang Ling was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, at this moment the Ba Huang greatsword suddenly exploded again. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling was completely stunned. Just now, he used all his strength to block the Ba Huang greatsword, so he could not protect his ears. This time, although there was no echo array, it was still able to knock him out for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Yi Xian to kill him 100 times over. You're dead! Tens of meters away, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a step forward with his left foot and arrived in front of young Master Yang Ling in an instant. After that, he stabbed the Ba Huang greatsword into young Master Yang Ling's chest. Rip! The sound of the chest being pierced through was very interesting. Young Master Yang Ling spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with viciousness, but right at this moment, his consciousness was slowly fading away, and he collapsed onto the ground weakly. After young Master Yang Ling's life force was completely gone, Yi Xian put away all of his belongings and body. After that, Yi Xian quickly checked young Master Yang Ling's storage ring. Damn it, I'm rich! Right at this moment, the small heavenly core giant stomped its foot on the ground. Yi Xian nimbly dodged the attack. Then he quickly ran into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right now, he was using a high-ranked Earth-rank movement skill he obtained from the old man. When the small heavenly core giant couldn't find Yi Xian, it immediately turned around and dashed towards Yuan Yibo and the other men. What? Yuan Yibo and old Xie, who were chasing after Zhang Shuahai, and the other men couldn't help but turn around when they heard the loud noise behind them. What? Why is it coming towards us? Where's young master? Old Xie was shocked, and he immediately stopped running. He knew about young Master Yang Ling's strength. He was confident that he could hold off the green source giant. But now the green source giant was dashing towards them. This meant that young Master Yang Ling must have met with some accident. Without hesitation, old Xie quickly turned around and ran back to check on the situation. He was young Master Yang Ling's bodyguard. If something happened to young Master Yang Ling, he would be in big trouble. Old Xie, you! When Yuan Yibo saw old Xie turn around, he hastily shouted out. The reason why the men from Divine Land City had retreated was because they were afraid that he would join forces with old Xie. Now that old Xie had turned around, if he stayed here, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Right now, on the side of Guangjin City, there were only 2 men who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm, and less than 10 men who had reached the profound Earth Core Realm. On the side of Divine Land City, besides Zhang Shuahai, there were still 4 Heavenly Core Warriors, and a dozen Earth Core Warriors. No, there were more than 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Yuan Yibo sensed his surroundings, and he found out that there were 4 more hurried footsteps. Another 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Right now, his expression had changed from Zhang Shuahai's. Zhang Shuahai was waiting for old Xie to leave. Then he would turn around and attack. Retreat! Yuan Yibo was the first to shout out. You want to leave? Chase after them. Zhang Shuahai stopped running and immediately shouted out. Originally, it was the Guangjin City who was chasing after the Divine Land City, but now it was the Divine Land City who was chasing after them. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly charged out. Ah! A miserable scream entered Yuan Yibo's ears. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of a Heavenly Core Warrior in his mansion. Impossible, with consecrated Su's strength, even if he encountered those 4 men from Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan Sect, he shouldn't have been killed in an instant. Who could it be? Chapter 298. The Tragic City Lord of Guangjin. Could it be that revered elder he wasn't killed by the Divine Land City, but by that young man? When he thought of this, Yuan Yibo's body trembled violently. How could someone who had just broken through to the Earth Core Realm kill a Heavenly Core Warrior who was 3 levels higher than him? But this wasn't the time to think about this. He had to run for his life. But right at this moment, another scream sounded out. It was the last Heavenly Core Warrior from Guangjin City. He had died. Right now, there were only 2 initial Heavenly Core Warriors left in Guangjin City, but none of them had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. After all, young Master Yang Ling seemed to be in trouble as well. But the screams didn't stop. While Yuan Yibo was running for his life, the rest of the men were all killed by the same man. This man was Yi Xian. All the small fries have been killed. Now it's your turn, old man. Yi Xian, who was secretly following Yuan Yibo in the forest, said with his eyes glowing. Senior Xie, come and help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. But Senior Xie had disappeared without a trace. He didn't care about Yuan Yibo at all. Yuan Yibo was so angry that his face turned pale. What he was going to face next was a huge problem. He was being chased by men from the Divine Land City, and in front of him was a green source giant at the early Heavenly Core Realm. Not only that, there was also a mysterious man staring at him. Although there was still a direction for him to run in, that direction was extremely dangerous. That was a group of dark beasts that hadn't been killed yet. If he just ran in recklessly, he would be doomed. Therefore, Yuan Yibo waved his hand and summoned the golden armored eagle down from the sky. Although this golden armored eagle wasn't as strong as the soaring cloud bird in the Divine Land City, it was still a late Earth Core Warrior. If he could ride on it, he might be able to return to Guangjin City. But when the golden armored eagle was about 400 to 500 meters away from the ground, a series of arrows suddenly shot into the sky and pierced through its head. Looking at his mount falling down from the sky, Yuan Yibo couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it! He knew that this must be Yi Xian's work. It looked like he only had one method, and that was to charge into the group of dark beasts and use these green source giants to obstruct the path of Zhang Shuahai and the others. Zhang Shuahai and the others also understood his intentions and hurriedly changed directions, wanting to stop him. But no matter what, Yuan Yibo was still a mid-Heavenly Core Warrior. Besides Zhang Shuahai, who else here could match his speed? No, there was one more person. Yi Xian. You want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian suddenly rushed out and swung his 8 Desolations greatsword. In an instant, he cut down more than 10 trees and slashed at Yuan Yibo. Yuan Yibo had already expected Yi Xian to make a move, so he hurriedly blocked the attack with his broadsword. However, he would never have expected that there would be a formation beneath his feet at that moment. Echo array. Buzz! The great desolate sword instantly exploded, and the loud sound reverberated throughout the entire echo array, continuously stimulating Yuan Yibo's mind, making him dizzy for a full second. 1 second, although it didn't seem to be long for a warrior at his level, 1 second was enough for him to fight a few rounds of attacks. This second allowed Yi Xian to form another 8 Desolations greatsword. Buzz! The second 8 Desolations greatsword immediately exploded, and the sound once again entered Yuan Yibo's ears. This time, the effect wasn't as good, it only made him dizzy for 0.5 seconds. But Yi Xian had achieved his goal. This 0.5 second delay allowed Zheng Shuahai to catch up to him. Not good. After Yuan Yibo woke up, he cursed in his mind. He immediately unleashed a huge slash towards Yi Xian, and arrived in front of Yi Xian in an instant. 8 Desolations shield. Yi Xian hastily unsheathed the 8 Desolations sword and blocked it in front of him. Bang! The huge slash collided with the 8 Wastelands shield, instantly reducing the impact by a large amount. However, the 8 Wastelands wind-killing array wasn't enough to block this slash, so Yi Xian also punched the back of the 8 Wastelands shield and forcefully withstood it. How is this possible? He blocked it. Yuan Yibo was shocked. His blade strike was his best high-ranked martial skill, and it was more than enough to instantly kill a heavenly core warrior. But Yi Xian was just an earth core warrior. Yuan Yibo die. Zheng Shuahai caught up to Yuan Yibo and thrust his sword forward. The sword beam flashed past like lightning, but it didn't hit Yuan Yibo. It only grazed his shoulder. You old fool, I'll kill you. Yuan Yibo knew he couldn't escape, so he immediately turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. In an instant, both men engaged in a fierce battle. Leave this old fox to me. You guys go and stop that green source giant. Zheng Shuahai shouted at Zheng Yu, who had just arrived. Yes, father. Zheng Yu nodded his head. Then he immediately led a few men to stop the green source giant. As for Yi Xian, he disappeared again and hid in the woods. He was looking for a chance to kill Yuan Yibo, because he didn't know when old Xia would come back. If old Xia came back, perhaps they would have to fight a battle to the death. Although both men were conserving their strength, they had used up a lot of their core energies. Now Yuan Yibo and Zheng Shuahai were fighting to the death, and they were both using high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills, so their core energies were quickly being depleted. Yi Xian was waiting for Yuan Yibo's core energies to run out. That way, Yuan Yibo's threat would be greatly reduced, and he would be able to strike suddenly and kill Yuan Yibo. Of course, before that, he could help Zheng Shuahai distract Yuan Yibo. Who knows, he might be able to get a surprise. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Arrows kept shooting towards Yuan Yibo. Although Yuan Yibo was guarding against Yi Xian, these attacks were extremely fast. Combined with the fact that Zheng Shuahai was a nascent heavenly core warrior, there was no way he could dodge all of these arrows. Just the first round of attacks had hit his calf, causing it to bleed profusely, and his ability to move was greatly reduced. While fighting to the death, Yuan Yibo couldn't find the time to take any healing pills. Because of that, his wounds kept bleeding, and every step he took left behind a bloody footprint. A single wound wasn't a big deal, but Yi Xian was attacking like a mad dog. Yuan Yibo couldn't defend himself against so many attacks, and soon, his body was covered in blood. No matter if it was his core energies or his physical strength, both had been greatly depleted. It's about time. Yi Xian focused his mind, and once again formed the 8 Desolation Greatsword. This time, he used the Greatsword to attack. Bang! 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 Zheng Shuahai kept attacking, and Yuan Yibo was forced to retreat again and again. But now, Yi Xian was blocking Yuan Yibo's path of retreat with his greatsword. Soon, Yuan Yibo was at the end of his strength. Most of the core energies in his body had been used up by his movement skill. Not good. Yuan Yibo's heart sank. Right now, he could only use 2 more high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills. He was filled with hatred. If he had fought with the Divine Land City from the beginning, perhaps the result would have been different. Chapter 299. Poison? Stinking brat. Even if I, Yuan Iba, die, I'll drag you down with me. Yuan Iba suddenly shouted. He used the last of his Jindan essence to execute a movement technique and rushed toward Yixin. His resentment toward Yixin was much greater than Zheng Shuahai's. This time, it could be said that he had lost to Yixin. Die, brat! Yuan Iba shouted and slashed down with his broadsword. But before that, Yixin had already formed the Octotera shield above his head and supported it with his left hand. Clang! The high-grade Earth-level broadsword slammed into the Octotera shield. Yuan Iba's physique was slightly weaker than Yixin's, so the broadsword was useless. However, Yuan Iba's killing move was yet to come. Whoosh! Yuan Iba suddenly pulled out a small knife from the hilt and flung it out, stabbing Yixin in the shoulder. What? Yixin was also stunned. He punched out angrily and sent Yuan Iba flying. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. When Yuan Iba pulled out the knife, Yixin thought that he was going to shoot his head. But Yuan Iba didn't. He just flung it casually. He definitely didn't expect that Yixin was immune to all poisons. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned with the muscle-severing powder. In one day, your meridians will break and you'll die. Brat, do you feel that your meridians are starting to break? Yuan Iba, who was sent flying, laughed loudly. But Yixin couldn't be bothered with him. He pulled out his high-grade Earth-level longbow and shot an arrow. 7 stars chain. 7 arrows were shot in succession. All 7 arrows hit their mark. One of them even pierced through Yuan Iba's heart. Plop! Yuan Iba's body fell to the ground. Zheng Shuahai also let out a sigh of relief. Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Ibo was finally dead. I didn't expect little brother Yi to be so secretive. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, Zheng Shuahai said, then said again, Little brother Yi, hurry up and cure the poison. That day, Senior, don't worry. I've already taken an antidote beforehand. In addition, the biggest contribution this time is Senior Gue. I'm just helping you from the side. Yixin said modestly. This was the truth. If he were to face Yuan Iba alone, he would definitely be beaten until half of his body was paralyzed or even impotent. Yuan Ibo is only the city lord of the lower 3 cities. It's one thing for him to die, but that young Master Yangling can't die. Could it be that you killed him as well? Zheng Shuahai frowned as he asked. Yixin paused in his heart and said, Could it be that young Master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling? That's right. Yangling City is ranked 4th in the Central Province, one of the upper 3 cities. The city governor is a late Heavenly Core warrior. If you killed him, you would be in big trouble. Zheng Shuahai said. Late Heavenly Core warrior, Yixin murmured. Late Heavenly Core realm, if he broke through again, he would be able to break through to the strength realm of the spirit realm. At that time, his physique would be greatly improved, and he would be comparable to an adult wyvern. But the late Heavenly Core realm was still within the Divine Core realm. Yixin felt that if he broke through 1 or 2 more realms, he would be able to fight with the city governor. I know that young Master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling City. That's why I let him go. Yixin shook his head. He was only at the early Earth Core realm. What if the mayor came for him? What if he was attacked by the mayor? That's good. Zheng Shuahai nodded his head. After that, he walked in front of Yuan Ibo's corpse and took out the storage ring. That old fox Yuan Ibo is the greediest man in the lower 3 cities, but at the same time, he is also the richest. I'm sure there are a lot of good things in his storage ring. But if it wasn't for little brother Yi, I wouldn't have been able to kill him, and I would have died a horrible death. Therefore, the storage ring should be yours. Zheng Shuahai threw the storage ring to Yixin. Yixin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Zheng Shuahai to be so generous. Yuan Ibo was the city governor of Guangjin City, and he had to collect taxes from all the big cities under his control every year. When Yixin touched the storage ring, he immediately immersed his divine sense into the storage ring. In the next moment, he was stunned. Oh my God. This Yuan Yi Bo is the same as that young master Yang Ling. They are both filthy rich. Yi Xian cried out in his mind. In the storage ring, he saw a mountain of crystals, all of which were supreme-grade crystals. 10 million, a total of 10 million supreme-grade crystals. This was equivalent to 1,000 devour crystals. Just now, Yi Xian killed young master Yang Ling and seized his storage ring. He had already devoured the items in the ring, which were worth about 10 million supreme-grade crystals. Now, however, he had obtained another interspatial ring with great value. He was overjoyed. Immediately, he devoured more than half of the items in the storage ring, and the number of devour crystals reached 3,500. In the end, what was left in the devour space were materials for forging and refining elixirs, as well as some inner cores of dark beasts. There are still many martial arts. I'll collect them all and pass them on to others. Then, I'll dispose of them. Yi Xian seemed to see a trade route. Little brother Yi, come back to your senses and clear the rest of the dark beasts. Zhang Shuahai shouted. Yi Xian came back to his senses. Then he exchanged for some recovery pills and threw them over to Zhang Shuahai. Senior, distribute these pills. They can greatly increase the efficiency of our work. Zhang Shuahai received the jade bottle with a dubious expression. He opened the bottle and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. He tried consuming one of the pills, and he immediately recovered 20% of his core energy. These are all concocted by me. Just one pill is enough to fully restore my core energy. I still have a lot of them. Yi Xian threw a few more bottles over. Each bottle contained 10 pills, which was equivalent to 10 devour crystals. Now that he was rich, he naturally had to take care of his teammates. Besides, he might need Zhang Shuahai's help later. Without hesitation, Zhang Shuahai quickly returned to the storage ring and distributed the pills to the others. Yi Xian followed behind him. After that, the group of men started attacking the green source giant with a group of attacks. Zhang Shuahai was the one who attracted the attention of the green source giant, while the rest of the men were attacking the green source giant's Dantian. Every single human had a high-ranked earthly item. That was why they were able to fight dark beasts who were at a higher cultivation level than them. So this was a group attack. In less than half a minute, the green source giant fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's finally dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai suddenly said, Little brother Yi, can you give me this dark beast's inner core? I can pay you 2 million high-ranked crystal stones. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Chapter 300. Another breakthrough. Zhang Shuahai was very generous. He took out 2 million high-grade crystal stones and completed the transaction. Yi Xian once again swallowed the high-grade crystal stones, increasing his strength once again. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly entered everyone's ears. All the people from Divine Land City had gathered here, including Zhou Yan and the other three. Then who could it be? In the next moment, they knew that it was Elder Xie. His appearance made everyone's nerves tense up again. The old man walked out from the forest and asked in surprise, You killed Yuan Yi Bo? Zhang Shuahai walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his fists. However, that Yuan Yi Bo died in our hands. Elder Xie narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment. Do you know who I am? I know, Xie Hui from the Sun Hill City Lord's mansion, the right-hand man of the Sun Hill City Lord. Zhang Shuahai nodded. It's good that you know. Xie Hui paused for a moment, then said, Just now, who ambushed my young master? Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Zhang Shuahai said, Just now, all of us were gathered together. It's impossible to ambush young Master Yang Ling from so far away. Although he knew that the one who ambushed young Master Yang Ling was Yi Xian, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to hide it. Xie Hui's eyes widened and fell on Yi Xian. He felt that he had never seen Yi Xian before, then said, Then what about this kid? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly released a burst of Dan essence. Small success Earth Core Stage? Xie Hui instantly sensed it. Small success Earth core stage, even if it was a sneak attack on young Master Yang Ling, it would be impossible to succeed. This kid is only a small success Earth core stage. Young Master can crush him with one hand. It seems that there are some other people secretly acting and ambushing young Master. Xia Hui thought for a moment, then said, I have already sent the news back to Sun Hill City. Our city lord will definitely be interested in this green source giant. So I hope that you can wait for the city lord to arrive. Wait for the city lord to arrive? What kind of joke is this? Your Excellency, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Zheng Shuahai refused without thinking. If he could get his hands on this profound heavenly core, he might be able to break through to the profound heavenly core realm. It was impossible for him to give this core away. You dare to refuse? Xia Hui glared at him. Humph! Zheng Shuahai snorted coldly and said, If the Yangling city lord came, I would be somewhat fearful. However, you are merely his dog. You alone want me to give up this green source giant? Dog? You're courting death. A powerful Dan essence suddenly gushed out of Xie Hui's body. He was the second in command of Yangling City. How could he be humiliated like this? However, he was weak now. If he fought head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What a joke! Although the central state is not a country, there are rules set by the first city lord. The city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower 3 cities if there is no enmity between them. Even if the city lord of Sun Ascent comes personally, I am not afraid, Xia Hui said loudly. Of course, Xia Hui knew about this rule. Right now, even if the city lord of Sun Ascent was here, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Zheng Shuahai. If he did, he would immediately be killed by the first city lord. The first city lord was the overlord of the central state, the overlord of the entire heavenly water continent. He wouldn't dare go against the first city lord. Perhaps other people didn't know about this, but someone like Xia Hui knew that the first city lord was actually the pavilion master of the Myriad Pavilion. He was omniscient and omnipotent. Good, very good. I will personally report this to the city lord. I hope your attitude will still be as tough when the time comes. Farewell. Xia Hui knew that if he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he left immediately. Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian and Zheng Shuahai looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. The city lords of the upper 3 cities were not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower 3 cities. However, Yi Xian was not from the central state. Besides, if the city lord of Sun Ascent found out that Yi Xian had ambushed young Master Yangling and caused him to go missing, he would definitely come here personally. Therefore, Zheng Shuahai gathered everyone together and secretly gave them a few words of advice. After that, they took a short break before they continued hunting. Right now, Yi Xian's strength had been recognized, and he was quite wealthy. He no longer needed the 10% of inner cores from the Shen beasts. Therefore, each of them killed their own inner cores and kept the inner cores for themselves. After a few hours of killing, all the green giants around the heavenly Yuan sect were finally cleared out. But what shocked everyone in the Divine Land City was that even with so many people, their efficiency was still lower than Yi Xian and his group. After that, Yi Xian started counting the inner cores from the Shen beasts. He got 1 inner core from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 40 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 200 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 600 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 1500 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, and as for the remaining 3000 inner cores from a mortal core warrior, they were all from a mortal core warrior. This number also shocked everyone. With all these inner cores, the soaring heaven mansion could become a force that was even stronger than the Guangjin city. Don't forget, the Guangjin city was a city. Aside from the mayor's mansion, there were other families. As for the soaring heaven mansion, it was a sect. However, all of these were killed by Yi Xian alone. If Zhou Yan and the other 3 were included, the number would be even greater. These thousands of green giants, just their corpses alone almost helped Yi Xian break through again. After that, Yi Xian devoured some more things. Ding! The host has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. In just one battle, he had broken through twice. Even he didn't expect this. Right at this moment, the people from the Divine Land City had gathered together with the people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. They were recovering and discussing at the same time. Now that all those small green giants have been cleared out, what we need to do next is to deal with that green giant. Zhang Shuahai, who was the strongest among them, said, "Grandfather, why did that green giant just sit there and watch us clear out those small green giants? Why didn't it do anything?" Zhang Miao asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhang Shuahai shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's quietly absorbing that celestial green rock." "Father, it has devoured the celestial green rock. Its strength might be stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior. Can we really kill it?" Zhang Yu asked doubtfully. "We'll only know after we try. Don't tell me we should just give up and give it to the mayor?" Zhang Shuahai asked. Chapter 301. Target: Green Source Giant. A Strength Realm warrior could easily deal with 100 late Heavenly Core warriors. If he could break through to the Strength Realm, he might be able to dominate the entire Heavenly Water Continent. Let's give it a try first. This Green Source Giant is a bit strange. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll discuss it with the mayor. Zhang Shuahai said. Everyone nodded their heads. Then they went back to their own rooms. As for Yi Xian, he brought Zhou Yan and Lin Shi to the side. "Supreme Elder, you guys don't have to participate this time. Just take these inner cores and go back." Yi Xian took out a storage ring. Zhou Yan checked it, and he was almost scared to death. "These inner cores, you want to give them all to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Of course it's not free, Supreme Elder, you know what I mean." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in a wretched manner. "You little bastard. Name a price." Zhou Yan scolded angrily. Yi Xian had actually set a price a long time ago. If he swallowed the inner cores directly, the value would be too low. If he took them out, he could get double or triple the price. He still had a nascent Heavenly Core inner core, and that was worth a lot of money. "Supreme Elder, how many crystal stones do you have?" Yi Xian asked in a low voice. When you gave us a total of 100 million high-ranked crystal stones." Zhou Yan replied in a low voice as well. 10,000. Yi Xian was shocked as well. Young Master Yangling's storage ring only had a value of 10 million high-ranked crystal stones, and the mayor of Guangjin City had a value of 15 million high-ranked crystal stones. However, Zhou Yan's storage ring had 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. This was more than all the mayor's mansions in the Zhong province combined. With so many high-ranked crystal stones, wasn't Zhou Yan worried that he would suddenly die and let others take advantage of him? "Supreme Elder, how many do you have?" Yi Xian asked again. 80 million, you little brat, with so many high-ranked crystal stones. If word got out, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be destroyed. What are you going to do with them?" Zhou Yan asked in a low voice. 80 million. All right, 80 million it is. I'll take all of these inner cores. There are also a few tens of thousands of refined inner cores. Yi Xian giggled and said, "Grand Elder, I'll tell you the truth. I'm cultivating a special skill, and I need to rely on crystal stones to increase my cultivation. How else do you think I was able to break through to the profound Earth Core realm?" "What? You've already broken through to the profound Earth Core realm?" Lin Shi carefully sensed it, but he couldn't find anything. Yi Xian put away the concealment pearl on his body. This time, Lin Shi and Zhou Yan could feel that he was indeed at the profound Earth Core realm. "This technique is very special. I've already spent countless crystals to break through to this point," Yi Xian said slowly. Although he couldn't tell anyone about the devouring system, he could fabricate an excuse for himself. "Then, can you?" Zhou Yan asked. Yi Xian shook his head. "No, I still need a lot more. Although I can't break through, I can still increase my strength by a lot." Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were so shocked that they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. They looked at each other, and in the end, they each took out 40 million crystal stones. A total of 80 million crystal stones. "Grand Elder, take these inner cores and return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion." After the transaction, Yi Xian said, "All right, be careful." Zhou Yan nodded his head. Both of them were much weaker than Zhang Yu, who was at the same cultivation level. They might not be of much use here. "Oh right, Sui Jing and the others," Yi Xian suddenly said. Zhou Yan shook his head. "No, when we came out, both of them were still in that state. Furthermore, they have already broken through to the profound earth core realm. Don't worry. When Yu is watching over them, nothing will happen to them. Profound earth core realm, huh? Yi Xian laughed at himself. He had spent so much to break through to the profound earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through from the initial mortal core realm to the profound earth core realm. This was a huge blow to his heart. But Song Suijing was his fiancé, and Judge Song was his brother-in-law. The faster both of them improved, the happier he would be. Looks like I might be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian suddenly felt a surge of energy in his heart. He couldn't be defeated by his fiancé. In the end, Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang decided to leave as well. After that, they brought Lin Shuer and Zhou Yan back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. What Yi Xian and his group were going to face next was a profound earth core Shen beast, and it had an amazing defensive strength. Therefore, these profound earth core warriors could only watch from the side. After all, there was no way they could break through its defense. Little brother Yi, are you ready? Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai walked over. Yes, we can leave at any time. Yi Xian nodded his head. His recovery speed was amazing, and in terms of physical strength, he didn't need to rest at all. In terms of core essence, he had the pills that were worth some core energy crystals, so he didn't need to rest either. If that's the case, let's go, Zhang Shuahai said in a serious manner. There were only 6 men who were going to challenge the Green Source Giant. Excluding Zhang Shuahai and Yi Xian, there were also 4 other heavenly core warriors, Zhang Yu. The 6 of them gathered together and jumped down from the cliff. After that, they started charging towards the Green Source Giant. Soon, they arrived at the old site of the Heavenly Yuan sect, which had been destroyed beyond recognition. I'm afraid this Green Source Giant has a digestive disorder because it swallowed that celestial bluestone. That's why it keeps spewing out smaller giants. Zhang Shuahai looked at the Green Source Giant that was more than 40 meters tall, even though it was sitting on the ground. In fact, Yi Xian was thinking the same thing. The reason why the Green Source Giant didn't move was probably because it was digested. Therefore, this Green Source Giant's mobility was much weaker than before. But they couldn't let their guard down just because of this. After all, this was a profound earth core Shen beast. When it gets up, you guys attack its dantian. I'll attract its attention. Zhang Shuahai said. Yes. Zhang Yu and the rest of the men replied. Yi Xian nodded his head as well. Right now, they were at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from the Green Source Giant. For them, it would only take them a dozen seconds to reach it. The 6 men made some preparations. Then they followed behind Zhang Shuahai and charged towards the Green Source Giant. Yi Xian took out his high-ranked earth weapon Bao. When facing a Shen beast like this, a Bao was much more useful. Soon after, they arrived in front of the Green Source Giant. Go! Zhang Shuahai shouted out loudly. He instantly increased his speed and arrived at the Green Source Giant's feet. He swung his long sword and unleashed a powerful slash towards the Green Source Giant's feet. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and the sword beam shattered in an instant. However, the Green Source Giant was unharmed. Zhang Shuahai was shocked. The long sword in his hand was a high-ranked earth weapon, and he was using a high-ranked earth-rank martial skill. It was more than enough to slice an ordinary profound earth core Shen beast in half. Chapter 302. A waste of effort. At the same time, Yi Xian and the rest of the men had also launched their attacks towards the designated spot. All of their attacks landed on the giant's stomach, but just like Zhang Shuahai, they had no effect. Zhang Yu and the other 3 men were fine. But even Yi Xian's 7-star chain had no effect. He had the bloodline of the venerable archer. It could increase the power of his archery skills by 30%. His attacks were much stronger than Zhang Yu and the others. A woo! The Green Source Giant suddenly let out a deep roar, scaring all the men. But it didn't move, it just sat there quietly. This Green Source Giant is really strange, it won't move no matter what. I wonder if it's looking down on us? Or is it really trying to digest us? Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued attacking the same spot. Zhang Shuahai frowned as well. Then he stepped back. The 6 of them attacked the Green Source Giant's dantian together. But the giant's defense was too strong. They had been attacking it for half a minute, but nothing happened. This is terrifying. It must be the effect of the celestial greenstone. It has increased its defense by a few levels. Perhaps, even the mayor can't break this green source giant's defense. Zhang Shuahai couldn't help but say, "Father, what should we do now?" Zhang Yu asked. "Let's try again." Zhang Shuahai was still unwilling to give up. They attacked for a while more, and after 2 minutes all the pills were used up. But the green source giant still didn't move. It was still unharmed. "Looks like this green source giant is not fated to be with us." Zhang Shuahai had given up. Too bad, even if we can't get the celestial greenstone, a profound core beast's inner core can help Father break through to the profound core realm. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. "Fine, we got so many inner cores this time, it's not bad at all." Zhang Shuahai was easily satisfied. Although the inner cores they got in Divine Land City couldn't be compared to Yi Xian's, it wasn't much less. These inner cores were more than enough to increase the overall strength of the mayor's mansion by a few levels. But they were still unwilling to give up. That's why they had to wait here. When the mayor of Yongling arrives, they might be able to do him a favor. Or he could watch a joke. Sure enough, 1 day later, the Yongling city governor arrived on a rock. There were 4 people on top of the rock, including Elder Xie. When Zhang Shuahai and the others on the back of the cloud-soaring bird saw this, they said, "Greetings, Yongling City Lord." The Yongling City Lord was a bald man, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that young Master Yongling standing on the rock's back. He turned his head and glanced at the green source giant. He snorted and said, "You're overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can get a share of this green source giant?" Elder Xie had already passed the message to him, so he didn't have a good impression of Zhang Shuahai and the others. Then this old man will wait and see. Zhang Shuahai smiled. "Humph, watch." Yongling City Lord coldly snorted and jumped down with the 4 people behind him. These 4 men were all early heavenly core warriors. If they joined forces, they could even fight the mayor of Yongling City. In simple terms, they were the same as 2 late heavenly core warriors. The 5 men swooped down and soon arrived in front of the green source giant. They stared at it vigilantly. "Let's go." Following the order from the Yongling City Lord, the other 4 men struck at the same time. Bang! 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 Attacks landed on the green source giant's dantian, producing a series of explosive sounds. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other 4 men on top of the cloud-soaring bird were gloating smiles on their faces. It looked like their guess was right. This green source giant's defense had exceeded the level of a Shen beast. Even the Yongling City Lord, who was a late heavenly core warrior, couldn't do anything to it. Half a minute later, the Yongling City Lord and the other 4 men stopped attacking. How is this possible? The Yongling City Lord was shocked. The other 4 men were the same. Their attacks could definitely kill a late heavenly core Shen beast, but they couldn't even break through the green source giant's defense. This was too fake. Just as I thought, this green source giant has refined the celestial blue rock. Its defense is indestructible. The Yongling City Lord thought to himself. "Lord, what should we do now?" Old Xie asked. "Continue." The Yongling City Lord didn't believe it. With his late heavenly core cultivation, he couldn't break through the Shen beast's defense. This was a huge loss of face. They continued attacking for a while, but it was still useless. Right now, their core energies were almost depleted. "Damn it, we've wasted our energy." The Yongling City Lord cursed. Right at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Yongling City Lord. Looks like you can't do it either." Without a doubt, the laughter came from the City Lord, Zhang Shuahai. "Old man, shut up." The Yongling City Lord cursed. Zhang Shuahai continued laughing. "What is it? Are you going to break the rule of being the number 1 City Lord and attack me?" "Humph." The Yongling City Lord jumped back onto the rock and asked, "Where did my son go?" "Yongling City Lord, where did your son go? Why are you asking us? When Xiehui was chasing after us, did you think we could sneak attack young Master Yongling from a distance?" Zhang Shuahai asked. The Yongling City Lord went silent. Xiaohui had told him that Zheng Shuahai and the other 4 heavenly core warriors were being chased by him and the Guangjin city lord. They couldn't do anything to young Master Yang Ling. Therefore, the one who sneaked an attack on young Master Yang Ling was someone else. Could it be one of the other 2 upper 3 cities? The Yang Ling city lord thought to himself. Yang Ling city lord, even you can't break through the green source giant's defense. What are you going to do? Zheng Shuahai asked from 1,000 meters away. Humph! When the Yang Ling city lord heard this, he let out a cold snort and didn't respond. He estimated that even if all the late heavenly core warriors in the central province were gathered here, the result would be the same. Therefore, in the entire central province, only the mysterious city lord of the number 1 city lord could do this. The city lord of the number 1 city lord was also the pavilion master of the Myriad Pavilion. This man had a mysterious background. No one had ever seen him before. It was rumored that he had stepped into the 4th level of the spirit realm. Looks like I can only report this to the number 1 city lord. Perhaps the city lord will be interested in this. At that time, I will be able to receive some rewards. This was the thought in the Yang Ling city lord's mind. However, right at this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Everyone present turned their heads to look, only to see that over 60 meters tall green source giant actually stand up. What's going on? Can move? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 303. Why wasn't it here? Quick, back off! Zheng Shuahai hastily shouted as he quickly backed off. The mayor of Yangling did the same, he quickly backed off. But they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps it was because its butt was hurting, so it stood up and moved around. What's going on? It has been sitting there for so long, and this is the first time it has stood up. Something is going to happen. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the back of the cloud-soaring bird, furrowed his brows as well. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen soon. That's why he reminded Zheng Shuahai to fly further away. Zheng Shuahai also felt that it was better to be careful. After receiving those profound Earth Core warriors, he immediately backed off to a distance of 10,000 meters away. Roar! The green giant let out a deep roar once again. Everyone's nerves tensed up. Indeed, something big was going to happen. Don't tell me it's going to erupt again? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Every time this green giant erupted, a huge amount of Shen beasts would appear, and they were all worth a lot of money. But this time he guessed wrong. After the profound heavenly core green giant let out a few deep roars, its body started trembling violently, as if it was going to erupt like a volcano. I think it's going to erupt again. Let's go down. Yi Xian reminded everyone. Being on the ground was much safer than being in the air. After all, this cloud-soaring bird had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, so Yi Xian trusted his own legs. Everyone landed on the ground, then spread out and stood in different positions. They didn't want any accidents to happen if there were too many people. Boom! Indeed, after everyone stood in their positions, the green giant that was 10,000 meters away suddenly exploded. That's right, this time it exploded. The 60-meter-tall green giant's body split open. Then it shot out into the air. Damn it! Self-destruct? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, countless rocks had been blasted into the sky. Even those who were standing 10,000 meters away would be affected by the explosion. Everyone be careful! Be careful! Zheng Shuahai shouted with a gloomy expression. But at this moment, Yi Xian rushed out in an instant, running madly towards the green source giant. The green source giant's sudden outburst might have been due to its digestive system. Perhaps it had eaten too much, so there might still be remnants of the celestial blue stone in its body. At the very least, there would be a Shen beast's inner core. Thus, Yi Xian had to rush there before the Yangling city governor did. I'll swallow the great strength pill. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for an earth core great strength pill. His strength instantly doubled, and he threw a punch at one of the meteorites in the sky. But in the next moment he was stunned. The countless meteorites that flew out began to disintegrate in the sky. Then, they turned into countless fist-sized burning stones that fell down, instantly setting the entire forest on fire. Yi Xian, who was running wildly, was accidentally hit by a rock. The rock immediately embedded itself into his thigh, and the green flames burned him painfully. Bang! Yixian's Dan essence gushed out from his body and sent the stone flying. Damn it! It's so powerful! He didn't dare let his guard down. If this rock hit his head would explode. Without hesitation, he undid the 8 desolate sword and unleashed the 8 desolate wind formation. 8 sharp blades started to fly around crazily, shattering the burning stones into pieces and opening up a 10-meter-wide safe zone. However, the consumption of the 8 desolate wind formation was huge. Even Yixin, who was at his peak, could only maintain it for 5 seconds. Therefore, he had no choice but to eat a pill that cost 1 devour crystal while running wildly. He estimated that the huge explosion must have brought a huge hindrance to the others. Even the Yangling city governor, who was at the heavenly core realm, would need some time before he could arrive. Half a minute later, Yixin finally arrived at the location where the green source giant was. But, before he arrived, he sensed that someone else had arrived before him. Damn it! It must be the Yangling city governor. He got ahead of us. Yixin cursed out in anger. Right now, he still needed another 2 to 3 seconds before he could arrive at his destination. If he dared to come out from the forest, the Yangling city governor would probably attack him directly. When Yixin was at the minor earth core realm, he could already kill a warrior who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, killing a normal minor heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem for him. But this Yangling city governor was at the heavenly core realm. If he fought him head-on, he would definitely be defeated within 10 rounds. Just as Yixin was hesitating whether he should go out or not, he heard the Yangling city governor shout out, "Why is there nothing? Nothing? What was there nothing? Was it the celestial blue stone, or a Shen beast's inner core?" Yixin approached the Yangling city governor with a surprised expression. He noticed that the Yangling city governor was wandering around like a mad dog. High-grade treasures like the celestial blue stone and Shen beast's inner core would emit energy, and any ordinary person would be able to sense it. Yixin also had the high-grade treasure-hunting deer bloodline, so he had a strong sense for natural treasures. What's going on? Why is there no reaction from that area? Could it be that the celestial blue stone and Shen beast's inner core have erupted as well? Yixin furrowed his brows. Then he turned around and left. He started wandering around the burning forest. He didn't have much hope. After all, the explosion of this green source giant was extremely powerful. Everything within a 10,000-meter radius had been destroyed. For ordinary people, it would be difficult for them to even take a single step forward. Even Yixin could barely walk through the forest. If I can find the celestial blue stone, perhaps I can use it to break through to the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, I'll be able to travel freely in the entire central province. Yixin thought to himself as he ran with all his might. Although the range of his treasure-hunting deer bloodline wasn't big, it was still around 1,000 meters. Things like Shen beast's inner core and the celestial blue stone, he could easily find them. Half a minute passed, but he still couldn't find anything. At the same time, all the trees around him were burned to ashes by the green flames, and his field of vision started to widen. Right at this moment, Yixin's eyes lit up. His treasure-hunting deer bloodline had finally reacted, and the reaction was very strong. 12 o'clock, 1,000 meters. He ran with all his might, and it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to cover a distance of 1,000 meters. 200 meters, 100 meters, 60 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. 2 seconds later, Yixin finally saw what the treasure looked like. It was a green stone, celestial blue stone, a celestial blue stone the size of a baby's fist. Ha ha! Yixin couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. He immediately ran towards the celestial blue stone and put it away. Then he said in his mind, "Absorb!" However, what surprised him was that an unexpected notification sounded out from the system. Ding! Absorption failed. What? Absorption failed? Yixin was startled. Why couldn't he absorb the celestial blue stone? Chapter 304. Crisis. Yixin immersed his mind into the devouring space. He noticed that this celestial blue stone was different from the one he saw before. The celestial blue stone was dark green in color, and it was glowing with a faint green light. But this small celestial blue stone was slightly transparent. Could it be that this celestial blue stone has been digested halfway, and I can't devour it anymore? Yixian thought to himself. Then he tried again. Ding! Devouring failed. Damn it! Forget it. Let's find the inner core first. Yixian cursed. Then he quickly flew away. He had found the celestial blue stone, but there was still the inner core. If he were to sell it, he would be able to sell it for at least 10 million, or even tens of millions of high-grade crystal stones. But, after searching for a while, there was no reaction from the treasure-hunting deer's bloodline. Right at this moment, the area within the heavenly Yuan sect had been burned to the ground, and all the rocks that fell from the sky had turned into ashes. Yixian, did you find it? A voice came from afar. Yixian turned around. It was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's chief, Zhang Miao. Yixian pretended to helplessly shake his head. Sigh, if I found it, I would have just left. Why would I stay here? Too bad. We didn't find the celestial blue stone or the inner core. Zhang Miao shook his head. Soon, all the men from the Divine Prefecture City gathered together, and so did the 5 men from the Sun Hill City. These men from the Divine Prefecture City had lost all hope, so they were preparing to leave. But right at this moment, stop right there. A sudden shout caused all of them to tremble. Wasn't this the Sun Hill City Lord's voice? Sun Hill City Lord, what can I do for you? Zhang Shuahai turned around. Hand over your storage rings. The Sun Hill City Lord shouted coldly. What? Everyone on the back of the cloud-soaring bird were startled. Sun Hill City Lord, do you think one of us has found a treasure? Zhang Shuahai squinted his eyes. That's right. All of your storage rings. Hand them over for me to check. The Sun Hill City Lord nodded his head. Chui Linjiang, aren't you going a bit too far? Zhang Shuahai shouted. Chui Linjiang was the real name of the Sun Hill City Lord. Too much? So what if it's too much? Old man, don't talk about the rule of the first city lord. Do you think that just because I can't attack, I can't do anything to you? Chui Linjiang's eyes were cold. Behind him were 4 early heavenly core warriors. On the other hand, there was only one person from Divine Land City. Zhang Shuahai's face darkened. Indeed, Sun Hill City was one of the 3 upper cities of the central state, and they were not allowed to make a move against the city lord of the Divine Prefecture City of the 3 lower cities. However, in the entire central state, only 3 people were subject to this restriction. Simply put, the 4 people behind Chui Linjiang could attack. Not good. This Chui Linjiang never thought of letting us go. Zhang Shuahai instantly reacted. Father, what should we do? Zhang Yu frowned. Zhang Shuahai thought quickly in his heart, but he could not think of any other way out. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to obediently hand over the interspatial ring. However, there was no guarantee that Chui Linjiang would not kill them after taking them. After all, behind Zhang Shuahai's back was the Divine Land City. Once Zhang Shuahai was killed, the Divine Land City would become a city without a master. Looks like we have no choice but to die. Zhang Miao, bring the others and leave this place. Zhang Yu, you ride the soaring cloud bird. I'll jump down and lure the other 2 away. Zhang Shuahai said in a low voice. This was their only way out. There was only one heavenly core rock from Sun Hill City. As long as Zhang Shuahai jumped down, the Sun Hill City would send at least 2 men to kill him. Chui Linjiang couldn't do it himself. Therefore, there were only 2 early heavenly core warriors chasing after the soaring cloud bird. Yixian, Zhang Yu, and the other 3 men shouldn't have any problems facing 2 early heavenly core warriors. Looks like this is the only way. We'll split into 3 groups, at least we won't be caught in one fell swoop. We'll leave our lives to fate. Zhang Yu said. Little brother Yi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Zhang Shuahai said with guilt. Senior, I feel like if we split into 3 groups, there's a fatal flaw. Yixian suddenly said. What? Zhang Shuahai was startled. Yixian said, The rule set by the first city lord is that the city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to attack anyone from the mayor's mansion in the lower 3 cities. Right? That's right. Zhang Shuahai nodded his head. Can the Sun Hill City Lord attack this soaring cloud bird? Yi Xian said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. I don't know, but that Chui Linjiang might not have thought of this, otherwise he would have already attacked. Zhang Shuahai said with a gloomy expression. Splitting into 3 groups is too dangerous. Yi Xian didn't agree. He shook his head and said, I have a plan. Little brother Yi, please tell us. Zhang Shuahai's eyes lit up. Yi Xian said without hesitation, Senior, the 5 of you will hold off 2 of them. As for the other 2, leave them to me. What? Leave them to you? Zhang Shuahai and the others were shocked. That's right, Senior, you just need to hold off 1 or 2 of them. Or we can go down there and have a bet. Let me kill one of them first, then everything will be simple. Yi Xian nodded his head and said, Little brother Yi, are you kidding me? You want to kill an early heavenly core warrior? Zhang Shuahai couldn't believe it. Senior, do you remember? I was only at the early Earth Core realm, but I helped you kill the Guangjin City Lord. Yesterday I broke through again, and now I'm at the late Earth Core realm. I think with my current strength I can kill an early heavenly core warrior. After saying that, Yi Xian purposely released his core energy and let these people feel it. Sure enough, he was at the late Earth Core realm, just like Zhang Miao. Little brother Yi, are you sure you can do it? Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, Zhang Shuahai still couldn't believe it. If it's that Xia Hui, I have 80% confidence that I can kill him. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Hearing this, Zhang Shuahai's eyes lit up. If that's the case, as long as we can lure him out and have a fair fight, even if Xia Hui dies, that Chui Linjiang won't be able to use this as an excuse to attack us. Yi Xian nodded his head. The person he was most afraid of right now was that Chui Linjiang. As long as Chui Linjiang didn't attack, then everything would be easy. What he was afraid of was that Chui Linjiang would ignore the rules set by the first city lord. What are you guys whispering about? Are you going to hand it over or not? Chui Linjiang's voice sounded out. Just as Zhang Shuahai was about to speak, Yi Xian jumped down from the soaring cloud bird and landed on the ground. He said, Xia Hui, in this storage ring of mine, there are more than 10 million high-grade crystal stones worth of natural treasures. Do you dare to come down and fight me? Hearing this, all 5 men on the giant rock were startled. Chapter 305. Killing Xia Hui. It's nothing. It's just a battle of life and death. As long as you kill him, his storage ring will be yours. If you die in his hands, then your interspatial ring will be his. Zhang Shuahai replied. What kind of joke is this? Xia Hui furrowed his brows. He knew that the opponent was planning something. Elder Xia, you go down there and kill that guy. Yang Ling Mayor suddenly said. All right. Xia Hui nodded his head. Then he jumped down from the rock. Young man, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I know that you'll be killed by my palm strike. Xia Hui stared at Yi Xian and said. Yi Xian let out an indifferent smile. He stabbed the Bahuang's sword into the ground with one hand and held an empty storage ring with the other. He said, I'm just looking for death, Senior. Please grant me my wish. Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Without saying anything else, Xia Hui immediately dashed towards Yi Xian. He didn't even take out his weapon. Why would he need a weapon to deal with an Earth Core warrior like Yi Xian? In just 2 seconds, Xia Hui had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Yi Xian. He stared at the dumbstruck Yi Xian. Then he reached out his claw and grabbed towards Yi Xian's throat. But right at this moment, Yi Xian reached out his hand with lightning speed and grabbed Xia Hui's wrist. At the same time, the Bahuang's sword on the ground suddenly broke apart and flew towards Xia Hui. What? Xia Hui's eyes lit up. An Earth Core brat was actually able to catch up with his speed and even managed to block his attack. This was impossible. In the next moment, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. His head was thrown into the air, and a stream of blood shot up into the sky. Instant kill. Yi Xian released a surge of Dan Qi, blocking the blood that was spurting out. Then he took out Xia Hui's universe ring. With the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, he could see through everyone's belongings. All of Xie Hui's belongings should be in this storage ring. Looking at Xie Hui's dead body falling onto the ground, everyone was shocked and speechless. Killing a mid-heavenly core warrior with a single strike, besides Cui Linjiang, who else could do this? What is that? Everyone focused their eyes and discovered that there were 8 sharp blades floating around Yixin. What kind of martial art is that? How can one use their Jindan essence to control a sharp blade and kill Xie Hui? Everyone was puzzled. However, it was a fact that Yixin had one-shot Xie Hui. Damn it! What's the matter with this kid? Yongling City Lord could not help cursing. He wondered if he would have ended up the same as Xie Hui if he had been there just now. Yixin reassembled the Bahuang sword and shouted, "Who else? Mother *****. This brat is too arrogant. No matter how he did it, I have to go and find out." A middle-aged man turned his head to look at the Sun Hill City Lord and said, "City Lord, let me go. Don't end up like Xie Hui and be killed by that brat." Cui Linjiang nodded his head. He couldn't understand Yixin's technique either. That's why he wanted to see it again. "Don't worry, City Lord. I'll definitely kill that brat and avenge Senior Xie." After saying that, the middle-aged man jumped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Yixin's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Another man had come to die. There was a reason why he had one-shot Xie Hui just now. It was because Xie Hui didn't put him in his eyes. If it was someone else who had come, and Yixin had one-shot him, Xie Hui would definitely be surprised and report this to Cui Linjiang. Then, Cui Linjiang would definitely suspect that Yixin had one-shot young Master Yongling and kept his body. But now that Xie Hui was dead, he wasn't worried that Cui Linjiang would find out. This way, Cui Linjiang wouldn't have an excuse to kill him. Most importantly, he had secretly set up an echo formation on the ground just now. If this middle-aged man dared to step into this area, he would not be able to escape his fate of being one-shot. "Brat, I'm gonna break your neck with my own hands and avenge Senior Xie," the middle-aged man shouted and rushed toward Yixin. However, he wasn't as stupid as Xie Hui. Instead, he took out his weapon and used a large amount of Jindan to protect it to prevent any accidents from happening. When Yixin heard this, he just smiled indifferently. What revenge? He obviously wanted Xie Hui's interspatial ring, right? That old man Xie Hui's net worth is not bad. He has about 10 million top-grade crystals. I wonder how much you have. Yixin stood in place, quietly waiting for the other party to approach. The echo formation had a range of 50 meters. The moment the middle-aged man stepped in, Yixin condensed the great desolate sword and swept it toward him. The middle-aged man's weapon was a long blade. He instinctively tried to block the attack, but he immediately felt a huge impact and was sent flying away. Just now, Yixin had secretly eaten a great strength pill, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was Yongling City's governor, Cui Linjiang, he might be able to withstand it, but the middle-aged man in front of him was only at the early heavenly core realm. Bang! When the middle-aged man was sent flying, the 8 Desolation Great Sword also exploded in an instant. The middle-aged man felt his head become heavy, as if his consciousness had fallen into an ice cave. He was frozen and his mind was slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixin disintegrated the Great Desolate Sword. Great Desolate Wind Formation, Heavenly Charge. 8 sharp blades formed into a sharp cone above the middle-aged man's head. Then they suddenly pierced down. Slash! The middle-aged man's chest was cut open, but his corpse was still sent flying away. Yixin took a big step forward and took away the storage ring. Plop! The middle-aged man's corpse fell onto the ground, and it instantly fell into a pool of blood. Yixin had once again killed a nascent heavenly core warrior. The Yongling City Lord's eyes were wide open. The 4 nascent heavenly core warriors under his command were all very strong, and almost all of them could fight Zheng Shuahai. However, with such strength, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yixin. This was out of his expectation. This guy killed 2 of my generals in a row. I think he is trying to weaken my strength. Right at this moment, the Yongling City Lord finally reacted. But what he couldn't understand was why Yixin had such strength. His talent was comparable to Yang Chun, the leader of the 4 young masters of the Zhong province. "You too, go and kill him," the Yangling city lord shouted. "Mayor, you?" One of the men turned around in shock. "Ding Tao, you are the vice mayor of Yangling city. Although you and I have never become sworn brothers, you and I are like brothers. Do you understand what I mean?" The Yangling city lord squinted his eyes and said. When the man called Ding Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. "Big brother, I understand." Those who were able to cultivate to this stage were no idiots. Ding Tao immediately understood Cui Linjiang's intention. "Very good, you guys go. Remember, don't get within 100 meters of that guy." The Yangling city lord reminded them. Chapter 306. Life on the line, damn brat. Die. Ding Tao let out a loud shout. Then he started sprinting towards Yixin. Not good. When Zhang Shuahai and the other men saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Zhang Shuahai even shouted out, "Help!" They quickly jumped off the soaring cloud bird, preparing to intercept one of them and reduce Yi Xian's burden. However, Yi Xian didn't have a good expression either. He could still handle 2 early heavenly core warriors. What made him feel helpless was that Zhang Shuahai and the other men had fallen into his trap. Bang! Zhang Shuahai immediately attacked Ding Tao, and so did Zhang Yu and the other men. While Ding Tao and the other man were fighting back, Cui Linjiang, who was riding on the back of the rock, also had a murderous look in his eyes. "Big brother, I'm injured." Right at this moment, Ding Tao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted out. His shoulder had been grazed by a sword energy just now. Swoosh! Cui Linjiang immediately jumped off the rock and dashed towards Zhang Shuahai. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Only now did Zhang Shuahai realize what had happened, but it was too late. Yi Xian had a gloomy expression on his face. If this was the case, then he had no choice but to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers. Then he could attack Cui Linjiang together. 8 Desolate Wind Formation. Kill. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Ding Tao. Then he threw out a punch. Ding Tao was defending against Zhang Shuahai's attack just now, so he didn't notice that Yi Xian had arrived in front of him. Only when the latter threw out a punch did he try to block it with his hand. Bang! Yi Xian's punch landed on Ding Tao's shoulder, and at the same time, 8 sharp blades swept across Ding Tao's body. In an instant, Ding Tao was cut into pieces, and his storage ring was taken away by Yi Xian. What? Ding Tao was instantly killed as well? Cui Linjiang was shocked, but now he had a perfect excuse. After killing Ding Tao, Yi Xian shouted out, "Senior, I'll stop Cui Linjiang. You guys kill this man." This person referred to the other man who had come down with Ding Tao. "You? How dare you stop me? Give me your life." Hearing this, Cui Linjiang was furious. Yi Xian had killed 3 of his subordinates in front of him. How could he not take revenge? Damn it! When Zhang Shuahai and the others heard this, they were very regretful. Why did they attack without thinking? Yi Xian clearly had the ability to take on 2 people at once. If they didn't make a move, then Cui Linjiang wouldn't be able to either. At this moment, Yi Xian had already activated the deadly wind array to its maximum. He took out pills to recover as he retreated. If he wanted to fight with Zhang Shuahai, he could only rely on the 8 Desolate Wind Slaughter Formation. What the F***CK? Crispy noodle snacks. Luckily, the Bahuang sword gets stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. Its current boost has already surpassed that of most high-grade Earth-grade weapons. Yi Xian thought to himself. Clang, 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 clang. Cui Linjiang held a long sword in his hand and directly charged into the wind-killing array of desolation, slashing away the sharp blades that were attacking him. His strength was not something that Ding Tao and the others could compare to. However, it wouldn't be so easy to stop him like this. Yi Xian was already operating at full power, but Cui Linjiang was blocking it very easily. In fact, it looked like he still had energy left. He gritted his teeth, took out an earth-grade longbow, and raised it to shoot. The deadly wind array of desolation consumed a lot of spiritual power. Yi Xian hadn't tried multitasking before. Now he was going to try it out. Chain of 7 stars. Xian raised his hand and shot out a series of arrows. Humph! Chui Linjiang also swept out a sword light, scattering the arrows in an instant. What a strong Jindan essence! Even venerable arrows boost can't make up for it. Xian thought to himself and shot out a few more chain of 7 stars arrows. However, his multitasking gave Chui Linjiang an opportunity. If you focus on these 8 blades, I really can't do anything to you. It's a pity that you gave yourself an opening. Chui Linjiang clearly felt that the speed of the 8 blades had decreased a lot. He took a big stride forward and closed the distance to within 20 meters. Xian was also regretting his decision. He hurriedly put away his longbow and swallowed a pill. He had wanted to use up more of Chui Linjiang's Jindan essence, but now it looked like he had done more harm than good. If attacking won't work, then I'll use another method. He thought to himself, and his hands began to form seals. In an instant, the surrounding air started to sizzle, and clouds of fog started to spread. Chui Linjiang was shocked again. He didn't expect Xian to know spiritual arrays. This was going to be troublesome. This kid's Jindan essence is so strong. It must be the effect of that pill. Now, with this spiritual array, my Jindan essence might be depleted first. Chui Linjiang was a little hesitant. He wondered if he should just retreat and kill Zheng Shuahai and the others first. However, after hearing the angry shouts from behind, he gave up on the idea. City Lord, save me. The man let out a tragic cry. He was besieged by Zheng Shuahai, Zhang Yu, and the other 3 and finally couldn't hold on anymore. Chui Linjiang turned around and saw his head thrown into the air. Blood splattered several meters high. I can't let this go on. I have to end this quickly. Chui Linjiang suddenly made a decision. He activated a cultivation method, and the Jindan essence in his body started to burn. His entire aura instantly skyrocketed by a few notches. What? Xian sensed it and was immediately shocked. Kid, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to burn my Jindan essence and use my trump card at the risk of dropping my cultivation level. Now, give me your life. After Chui Linjiang's aura skyrocketed, his speed also skyrocketed. He was originally more than 20 meters away from Xian, but after he took a step, he was only 15 meters away. With another step, he swept directly in front of Xian. Kid, die! Chui Linjiang condensed a thick wave of Jindan essence and slashed at Xian. This time, Xian sensed great danger. He hurriedly retracted his 8 blades and formed a shield. Bang! The sword ray slashed the Octotera shield, instantly sending it flying backward and crashing into Xian. Kid, you're finished. Chui Linjiang shot forward, determined to kill Xian. At this moment, Xian could already smell the scent of death. He didn't expect Chui Linjiang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even find anything useful in the devouring system. Now, there was only one way, and that was to use the exploding aperture technique. Explode all 7 apertures. I'll do it. Xian gritted his teeth and condensed his Jindan essence on his 7 apertures. Poof, poof, poof. However, just as he was about to explode his 3rd aperture, a figure suddenly stepped into Xian's sensing range. Chapter 307. Mini-Giant Chui Linjiang. Stop! A loud shout rang out. Chui Linjiang ignored it and continued to swing his sword. This time, he was determined to kill Xian, so as to avoid future troubles. When the figure who stepped into Xian saw that Chui Linjiang didn't intend to stop, it instantly crossed 1,000 meters and appeared in front of Xian. Pa! His long sword was easily caught by a pair of hands, unable to move. Who is it? Chui Linjiang's eyes widened as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next instant, his body trembled. He knew this person, the first main city's vice city lord, Yang Kai. How could it be him? Chui Linjiang was extremely shocked. City Lord Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai squinted his eyes and loosened his grip. Chui Linjiang, you can't attack anymore. Why? Chui Linjiang asked. Sorry, this is the city lord's order. I just came out to stop him. Yang Kai explained. Humph, he killed my brother, the vice city lord of Sun Hill City. I can't go against the first city lord's order, right? After saying that, Cui Linjiang walked past Yang Kai and attacked Yi Xian. However, his sword suddenly couldn't swing down, because the blade was caught by Yang Kai's 2 fingers. I said, you can't attack anymore or else I'll kill you on the spot. A murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly, a mini flying dragon appeared around him. When he saw the mini flying dragon, Cui Linjiang was stunned, and he subconsciously cried out in surprise, "The strength of a flying dragon? You're in the physical strength realm?" Physical strength realm. This was the realm after the heavenly core realm, and it was also the first of the 4 spirit realms. The mini flying dragon flying around Yang Kai meant that Yang Kai had the strength of a flying dragon. A single punch from him was enough to blow Cui Linjiang apart. "That's impossible, you!" Cui Linjiang cried out in surprise. "Cui Linjiang, are you trying to say that I was only at the late heavenly core realm last year?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Could it be that you won't allow me to break through?" Cui Linjiang withdrew his sword and took a few steps back. A strength warrior could easily kill 100 late heavenly core warriors. This was the perfect example of reaching the heavens in a single bound. "Do you really think you'll be able to break through to the strength realm just by obtaining this nascent heavenly core? Yang Kai said, "Even if you cultivate your core essence to its peak, without a soul-condensing stone, it's impossible for you to shatter your core and form a soul core and break through to the strength realm." Condensing soul stone? Cui Linjiang muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this. Originally, he thought breaking through from the heavenly core realm to the strength realm was just a normal breakthrough, but he didn't expect that he would need something else. "Enough, stop, if you continue, I'll kill you on the spot," Yang Kai said slowly. Cui Linjiang fell silent. Just now, he was only half a second away from killing Yi Xian, but Yang Kai had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Xian was only at the late earthly core realm, but he already had such strength. If he broke through to the heavenly core realm, wouldn't he be able to threaten Cui Linjiang? A genius like this had to be killed in the cradle. But now, Yang Kai was here, and the mysterious first city lord was watching. Cui Linjiang was afraid that he couldn't do anything. This Yang Kai was just following orders. Could it be that I was too early to kill him? Could it be that I had to wait until Ding Tao was dead? Cui Linjiang didn't understand the situation, but he had been warned twice by Yang Kai. If he attacked again, he would be the first one to die. "Damn it! Just you wait!" Cui Linjiang cursed angrily. Then he immediately summoned Depang and left in a hurry. Looking at Yang Kai's back as he left, Yi Xian, who had almost died, quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. No worries, I was just following orders. Goodbye." After saying this, Yang Kai disappeared, not even leaving behind an afterimage. An expert in the strength realm was indeed extraordinary. After he left, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. This time they were in danger again. "Little brother Yi, are you okay?" Zhang Shuahai and the others hurried over. "I'm fine." Yi Xian shook his head. "This old master is sorry. I fell into Cui Linjiang's trap and almost killed you," Zhang Shuahai said very guiltily. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Senior is too serious at that time. Senior just wanted to help me. No matter what, this is all my fault. Take this interspatial ring as an apology." Zhang Shuahai handed over an interspatial ring, which belonged to the man they had just killed. Yi Xian didn't argue and directly accepted it. "Senior, that Cui Linjiang left in a hurry. Maybe he is going to attack Guangjin City. You should go quickly," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Good. Then little brother Yi, be careful. Come to Divine Land City when you have time." Zhang Shuahai nodded and left with Zheng Yu and the others. Since the Guangjin City Lord was dead, a new city lord must be elected. In the rules of the central state, there was no rule that said a city lord couldn't own 2 main cities. Although the Guangjin City Lord's net worth was only 10 to 20 million high-quality crystal stones, his territory was even more enormous. At this time, the cloud-soaring bird also flew away, leaving only Yi Xian here. In his heart, there were still many doubts that had not been solved. For example, why did the green source giant self-destruct? Why couldn't he devour the transparent celestial blue stone? Why did the first city lord ask Cui Linjiang to stop, and so on? Ding, devouring failed. Yi Xian tried again, but the transparent celestial blue stone still couldn't be devoured. In desperation, Yi Xian could only move in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. With his current speed, it would take him about a day to reach Soaring Heaven Mansion. On the way, he also poured the contents of the 4 interspatial rings into the devouring space, and then devoured the heavenly treasures that he didn't need. At this time, his devouring crystal stones had reached more than 18,000. However, he felt that there was still a long way to go before he could break through. However, just as he was about to devour the heavenly treasures, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The forging materials that he had accumulated in the devouring space had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? I've stored so many forging materials, why are they all gone? Yi Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He sank his consciousness into the devouring space, and then he was shocked to find that there was a small thing moving around in the devouring space. It was the transparent celestial blue stone. However, unlike before, this celestial blue stone had a pair of mini hands and feet, and it was a mini version of the green source giant. Damn! The green source giant? Yi Xian was shocked. Chapter 308. Rock Spirit Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian grabbed the transparent green giant in his hand. Poof! 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 The mini-giant realized that it was being held in Yi Xian's hand. It immediately waved its 2 small stone arms and slapped the back of Yi Xian's hand. You little guy, what are you? If I say you're alive, you can actually jump around in my devouring space. If I say you're dead, you can't be devoured. Yi Xian looked at the little thing and suddenly thought of something. It was the nut wall in Plants vs. Zombies. However, it was a nut that was half-eaten by zombies and had become moldy and green. The mini-giant felt very uncomfortable being held in Yi Xian's hand. It kept slapping the back of Yi Xian's hand, trying to get Yi Xian to put it down. You little thing, can you understand what I'm saying? Yi Xian asked. The mini-giant blinked its eyes, looked innocently at Yi Xian, and then slightly nodded its head. Damn! I can understand you. Yi Xian was shocked again. Only now did he recall the strange reaction of the green giant. Could it be that the green giant couldn't consume that much energy after devouring the celestial stone and was afraid that it would explode? So it exploded several times and gave birth to thousands of green giants. And this mini-giant was mutated from the remaining celestial bluestone? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this was not important. What was important was that the mini-giant must have swallowed all the forging materials. At that moment, Yi Xian pinched the mini-giant's foot and turned it upside down to see if it would spit out the items. After all, those forging materials were worth at least several million top-grade crystals. Pa! 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 The mini-giant waved its arms wildly in the air and continued to look at Yi Xian with innocent eyes. Yi Xian could not bear to see it like this. At this moment, it suddenly bent its body and pushed Yi Xian's fingers with its 2 small arms. Surprisingly, it managed to break free. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He could only watch as the little guy fell head first into the soil. Then, the little thing crawled out of the soil by itself. After glancing at Yi Xian, it turned around and ran. You want to run after eating my food? Yi Xian dashed forward and caught it. He then exchanged for a small cage from the devouring space and threw it inside. The gap in the cage was just slightly smaller than the little thing. Couldn't get out, so it could only beat the cage continuously. Shut up. I'm wondering if I should kill you, Yi Xian said in a low voice. This time, the little thing stopped making a fuss and just looked at Yi Xian pitifully. To be honest, Yi Xian had no idea what this little thing was. Both the storage ring and the devouring space could not store living things, but this little thing was actually able to jump around in the devouring space. It was really strange. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to bring it back to the Great Elder. He threw the little thing into the devouring space and continued on his journey. After breaking through to the minor Earth Core realm, his speed was no longer something that ordinary Heavenly Core warriors could catch up with. Although Zhou Yan and the other 4 left first, Yi Xian still caught up with them. After that, the 6 of them returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion together. About a week later, they finally arrived at the soaring heaven mansion. After arriving, Yi Xian quickly left and headed towards the soaring heaven mansion. If it wasn't because he was worried that something might happen to Zhou Yan and the others, he would have returned by himself. When he arrived at the Great Elder's place, he was shocked to find out that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were still in that strange state. Could something have happened to them? It's been more than a month. Yi Xian sensed that both siblings had broken through to the heavenly core realm. This really scared him. He had been fighting in the outside world for so long, and had almost lost his life many times, but he was only at the late Earth core realm. But this pair of siblings' cultivation speed was even faster than his, and this was really hard for him to accept. Luckily, he was able to convince himself with one reason, and that was that Song Suijing was his fiancée. Since Song Suijing was fine, Yi Xian went to look for the Great Elder, Lin Wenyue. Right at this moment, the bamboo forest was once again covered by an illusion formation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian shouted out loudly, "Great Elder, Yi Xian wishes to see you." In less than a second, the illusion formation was removed by Lin Wenyue. Creak. The door of the wooden hut was opened, and a white-haired lady walked out. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry, your fiancé will be fine." Yi Xian was startled. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by someone. But this time, he didn't come here just because of Song Suijing. He looked at Lin Wenyue's calm expression and said, "Great Elder, I wonder if you've seen this thing before." After saying that, he took out the beast trapping cage from his devouring space. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that the beast trapping cage was open, and the little thing was not inside. His heart sank. He found that the little thing was once again stepping on all the natural treasures in his devouring space. F***CK. You bastard. Come out. With a thought, Yi Xian grabbed the little thing and threw it into the beast trapping cage. After seeing the little thing, the Great Elder's eyes flickered and said, "This is a rock spirit, a type of strange beast. It's born from precious ores, but it's extremely rare." After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and said, "Great Elder, what's the use of this thing?" This strange beast is a type of demonic beast. If it's nurtured well, it can grow into a profound beast in the future. It can even become a sacred beast that's comparable to a spirit realm 4th stage. Lin Wenyue explained. Sacred beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't a wyvern a sacred beast? But Great Elder, the growth time of a profound beast seems to be very long. Yi Xian asked again. That's right, but this strange beast is different. This rock spirit mainly relies on ores and other forging materials. As long as it eats a lot, it can greatly increase its growth speed. Lin Wenyue said, "Since you have so many natural treasures, as long as you nurture it with all your strength, it can become a great help to you in the future." Hearing this, the little rock in the beast trapping cage blinked its eyes. It looked at Yi Xian as if it was saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me out." Yi Xian thought for a moment. But how would he know if the little rock was an ingrate? Would it trample him to death when it became powerful in the future? Chapter 309. Conclude a contract. This reminded Yi Xian that there were many mystical beasts in the devouring system. Found it. Slave contract, equal contract, symbiotic contract. Yi Xian immediately found a lot of things. He looked at Little Shirtu sneakily and revealed a crafty smile. Little Shirtu blinked his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. He suddenly had a bad premonition. "Great Elder, I'll take my leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fist at Lin Wenyue and left. Lin Wenyue looked in front of her and quietly stood there for a while. Then, she returned to her small wooden house. TSK. See if I don't kill you. How dare you eat my food and destroy my treasures?" After leaving the bamboo forest, Yi Xian carried a cage in his hand and cursed angrily. As for the little thing in the cage, it was running around the cage as if doomsday had arrived. Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence and closed the door behind him. He placed the cage on the bed and sat cross-legged in front of it. Come. Let's try the low-level slave contract first." Yi Xian took out a sheepskin scroll and spread it on the bed. He began to mutter some words that were hard to understand. Inside the cage, little Shirtu was startled and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage. Then, with a cracking sound, he actually opened the cage. Then, he quickly escaped. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He was almost scared to death. This little guy actually escaped from prison again, right under his nose. However, this little thing was at most a demonic beast, not even a spirit beast. Yi Xian reached out and caught it. I think it's better to make a high-grade cage for beasts. Yi Xian thought to himself as he took out a new cage. It was more exquisite than the previous one and was about the same size. He threw the little thing inside and closed the small iron door. You can't open it now, right? Yi Xian snickered. Only his elixir essence could open this cage. Unless he destroyed the cage, this little thing would not be able to escape. The little thing was running around inside, stretching out its two slender arms as if it was shouting, "Let me out!" Yi Xian ignored him and continued to chant his contract incantation. A few seconds later, a purple circle appeared on the parchment. Yi Xian cut his finger and dripped his blood into the circle. "TSK, TSK, you're finished." Yi Xian placed the beast trapping cage inside and continued chanting the incantation. The formation on the parchment expanded and enveloped the entire cage. Ding! Formation failed. A system notification suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. What? Failed? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately reacted. Perhaps it was because Lil Thing's level was too high, so the level of the contract wasn't high enough. Intermediate servant contract. He spent some devour points to exchange for a new contract. 10 seconds later. Ding! Formation failed. Looks like it's still not enough. Advanced servant contract. Yi Xian began his third attempt. This advanced servant contract cost him a total of 500 devour points. Ding! Formation failed. The same notification sounded again. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the advanced servant contract didn't work. Could it be that he needed a top-tier one? Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Yi Xian fail so many times, Lil Thing in the beast trapping cage excitedly slapped the bars. If it had a mouth, it would definitely laugh until its teeth fell out. Don't gloat over my misfortune. You're my prisoner now. You'd better obey me obediently. As long as you follow me, you'll have good food every day. What do you think? Yi Xian began to coerce. Lil Thing shook its head, indicating that it didn't want anything but freedom. Here, I'll give you this intermediate earth weapon. Yi Xian exchanged for an intermediate earth weapon, then opened the beast trapping cage. Although Lil Thing wanted to run, he could grab it back with just a stretch of his hand. He wasn't afraid that Lil Thing would run away. When Lil Thing saw the middle-rank earth artifact, its eyes immediately lit up as it pounced on it. Then, a crack appeared under its big eyes, and it bit the blade. Damn, you have a mouth. Yi Xian was shocked. While he was still in shock, Lil Thing actually swallowed the entire intermediate earth weapon. Damn, this is comparable to my sword-devouring technique. Yi Xian sighed, then asked, "What do you think? As long as you follow me, you'll have these things to eat every day." Lil Thing closed its mouth, but still shook its head. Damn you, you ate my food and you still dare to refuse? Yi Xian reached out and hung Lil Thing upside down. Lil Thing gestured. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "You mean this isn't enough?" Lil Thing nodded. "Alright, try this." Yi Xian exchanged for another high-grade earth artifact that was worth 5 devour crystals. Lil Thing swallowed the sword in a few seconds. "What do you think?" Yi Xian asked again. Lil Thing still shook its head, then gestured again. "What, you want 100? Yi Xian was shocked. 100 upper earth weapons was worth 500 devouring crystals. Lil Thing meant that it had to eat that many a day. If it ate 500 devouring crystals a day, then it would eat 15,000 a month. No, 5. Yi Xian began to bargain. Lil Thing also shook its head, then gestured again. 90. 10. 80. 15. 70. The two of them argued for a while, then finally settled on 30. 30 Upper Earth weapons a day was worth 150 devouring crystals. That would be 4,500 devouring crystals a month. In that case, Yi Xian's devouring crystals would only be enough to feed Lil Thing for 3 months. F***CK, you're really asking for too much. Come on. Yi Xian took out another intermediate contract. Ding. Contract failed. Damn. I'm going to waste another advanced contract. Yi Xian painfully exchanged for another one. This time, he finally heard a system notification that was different from the others. Ding. Contract successful. Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The contract had finally been successfully formed. Ding. Host has formed a slave contract with Rock Spirit. Please give it a name. It needs a name. Yi Xian was a little surprised, then asked, "What name do you want it to be called?" Lil Thing blinked its big eyes. It couldn't speak, so it could only wait for Yi Xian to name it. Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Foodie, Lil Rock, which one do you want? Yi Xian read them one by one. Lil Thing shook its head to express its dissatisfaction, then gestured again. Hey, you want a fancy name? Fine, let me think. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Erdan, Tainyo, Goshing, what do you think? Chapter 310. Wei Jintian, if you want to go higher, then Murong Erden, Huangfu Tiniu, and Shenyuan Goshing should be fine, right? Yi Xian said. Lil Thing still shook its head. Then Wei Jintian, Optimus Prime, Jingpetian? Potato, Nut, Tomato, Potato. Yi Xian tried to name a few more names. This time, the little thing hesitated thoughtfully for a moment, and then gestured. What, you want the first one? That's too tasteless. Why don't you call it Iron Pillar? That's much easier to pronounce. Yi Xian blurted out. But who would have thought that Lil Thing would jump up and slap Yi Xian on the nose? F***CK, Wei Jintian is Wei Jintian. Yi Xian was helpless and quickly named Lil Thing. Ding, naming successful. Lil Thing, no, it should be called Wei Jintian now. After successfully naming it, there was an additional attribute panel in Yi Xian's system. It was a column of items. Name, Wei Jintian type, Rock Spirit current level. Early stage True Spirit Realm. After eating so much, it's only at early stage True Spirit Realm. What a scam. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. At this moment. Ding. The attribute panel has been activated. The Thousand Beasts Bloodline Advancement Route has been updated. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously switched to the Bloodline panel. Thousand Beasts Bloodline. Advancement Route 1. Strength. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Route 2. Agility. Current level of advancement is 1. Every advancement increases the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Route 3. Monster Growth Speed. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the growth speed of monster by 10%. Advancement Route 4. Monster Attributes. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the monster's attributes by 10%. Advancement Route 5. Monster Expansion. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement allows the taming of one more monster. There were 3 more advancement routes for the Thousand Beasts Bloodline. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect the Thousand Beasts Bloodline to have such an effect. These advancement routes are not bad. Unfortunately, I did not encounter the Devourer Beast again. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he immersed his consciousness into the devouring system again and directly selected a mystical beast growth plan that was worth 1,000 devouring crystals. Here, eat this. It will help you grow faster. Yi Xian opened a packet of powder. Wei Jintian doubtfully swallowed it. It sensed that there was no effect at all. Immediately, it reached out and asked for the remaining high-grade earthly tool. All right, little foodie, take it. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for 29 high-grade earthly artifacts. This little thing had to eat 150 devour crystals a day. If he didn't find a way to earn money, he would become poor. The little thing finished all the food in a few bites and then requested to return to the devouring space to rest. Yixian was also speechless, but this time he directly put the little thing into his storage space. He had just exchanged for this monster space. As long as the monster space stayed inside, it would grow faster than outside. Now, the matter of the heavenly Yuan sect had come to an end. After Moziun and the others returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they organized the disciples and prepared to rebuild the heavenly Yuan sect. This time, the heavenly Yuan sect had obtained a lot of mystical beast cores. The entire sect's rank would probably increase by a lot. However, when it came to inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had a lot of them. It was enough to help all the mortal core disciples in the Soaring Heaven Mansion break through to the Earth core realm. The heavenly Yuan sect was very busy, and so was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Yixian was the one with the least amount of free time. Just a week after he returned, Grand Elder Zhou Yan took the time to look for him. Supreme Elder, why are you here? Yixian was playing with Wei Jintian in the courtyard. When he saw Zhou Yan, he was a little surprised. This old man is here to tell you that Kai Jing and the others have come out of seclusion. Zhou Yan said straightforwardly. What? They have come out? Yixian was overjoyed when he heard this. The siblings had been in seclusion for so long, and they had finally come out. But they are still consolidating their cultivation, so they might need some time. Come with me. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he led Yixian towards the Soaring Heaven Peak. When Yixian arrived at the door of Zhou Yan's cultivation room, he was stunned. Right at this moment, one side of the cultivation room's door was frozen, and the other side was burning red. It looked very strange. While they are consolidating their cultivation, you shouldn't go in. The energy inside is very strange. I was almost blown away just now. You should wait for them to come out by themselves. Zhou Yan said in a somewhat ashamed manner. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was almost blown away just because he opened a door. If this were to spread out, it would be a disgrace to his reputation. All right. Yixian naturally wouldn't disturb them. Sigh. I'm ashamed, I still need a few more days before I can break through to the initial heavenly core realm, but they are already at the heavenly core realm as well. Zhou Yan said with a helpless expression. They are already at the heavenly core realm? After hearing what Zhou Yan said, Yixian also had a helpless expression on his face. He was only at the late Earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Song Jeju were already at the heavenly core realm. But this wasn't a bad thing, since the difference in strength wasn't too big. He would be able to bring Song Suijing with him in the future. Both men waited outside the door for half a day. After that, the cultivation room's door finally opened. Crack! The cultivation room's door opened, and two figures walked out from within. Yixian. Song Suijing, who had just come out from the special cultivation room, immediately saw Yixian. Without hesitation, she jumped into his arms. You've been cultivating for so long, you should be tired, right? Yixian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair. Have we been cultivating for a long time? Song Suijing asked in a surprised manner. It's been more than a month. Zhou Yan reminded her. It's been so long. Song Suijing turned around and looked at Song Jeju. She felt like only 1 or 2 days had passed. All right, since you've come out from your secluded cultivation, it's time for me to enter secluded cultivation. After saying that, Zhou Yan entered another cultivation room. He had absorbed a lot of inner cores, and in a few more days he would be able to break through to the minor heavenly core realm. Song Jeju sensed his strength, and he realized that his strength was a few hundred times stronger than before, and his physique had improved as well. He couldn't help but say, I thought the divine core realm was very strong, but I never expected that I would break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. This is incredible. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly recalled something. Then he asked, Oh right, big brother, are you going to use an axe as your weapon from now on? That's right, I've used other weapons before, but the axe is still the best. Besides, look at my body, do you think it's suitable for me to use a sword? Song Jeju nodded his head. If that's the case, I have a bloodline seed here, you can try it. Yixian took out a crystal clear bloodline seed. This was the Axe King bloodline he had exchanged for on the spot, and it had the same effect as the Sword Emperor bloodline. This is Chapter 311. The brother and sister duo had come out of seclusion. I found this bloodline seed by accident. It was left behind by a senior who was proficient in axe skills. Yixian handed it over to Song Ju. When Judge Song heard about the bloodline seed, he was startled for 2 seconds. Ha! Thank you, brother-in-law. Without thinking too much, he immediately swallowed the bloodline seed. A second later, his eyes opened wide, and he took out a long axe that was taller than him. This is amazing. I feel like this earth-shattering axe has become a part of my body, and I've learned a mid-ranked earth-rank martial skill. Judge Song held the long axe and practiced it. Without hesitation, Yixian exchanged for a high-ranked earth-rank long axe and said, "Big brother, this is a high-ranked earth-rank weapon, the Flaming Sun Axe. Also, these are the high-ranked earth-rank martial skills I found. You can take them all." This? Judge Song couldn't wrap his head around this. It was fine if it was just a bloodline seed, but now there was even a high-grade earth-level martial art and a high-grade earth-level artifact. What had happened in the past month? Just what had happened? Judge Song, these are yours. After Yixian passed the items to Judge Song, he took out some other items. A normal high-grade earthly artifact was only worth 5 devour crystals. However, the one he had just exchanged for was the best of the high-grade earthly artifacts. It was the closest to a celestial artifact. The axe and sword had cost him a total of 500 devour crystals. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the past month. You need to tell me everything later. Song Suijing was still worried, but when she saw that Yixian was fine, she was relieved. Don't worry, there are still some good things. Yixian said with a smile on his face. He took out some more inner cores and said, "Both of you have broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. Here are some inner cores of early Heavenly Core Realm inner cores. Cough, both of us have just broken through. We need some time to consolidate our cultivation. If we want to absorb the inner cores, we need to wait for a while." Judge Song quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Keep it for now. When the time comes, you can refine it on your own." Yixian divided the Shen Beast inner core into 2 portions. "That's good. Then I won't disturb you. I'm going to try out my new weapon." Ju Song carried the Flaming Sun Axe and excitedly left. As for Song Suijing, she followed Yixian back to her residence. The two sat in the courtyard, and Song Suijing began to talk about her experiences over the past month. "You said you subdued a rock spirit. Where is it?" Song Suijing asked curiously. Without another word, Yixian directly pulled Megatron out of the artifact space and said, "This is the one. It swallowed so many of my things that I almost can't raise it anymore." "Hey, why is it a kitten?" Song Suijing was also surprised to see Ling. When Yixian heard this, he shifted his gaze. In the next moment, he turned pale with fright. They saw a small green cat sitting cross-legged on the stone table, blinking its big eyes at the two of them. Damn! Could it have evolved? Yixian hurriedly pulled out the artifact panel and found that Ling, Megatron Jintian, was already at the peak of true profound realm and was about to become a profound beast. "Me," the green cat softly called out, then suddenly collapsed and reassembled in front of the two of them, turning into an elk. Damn! It's really a transformer. It can actually reassemble like the Bahuang sword. Yixian was shocked. If this was the case, then it might be able to turn into a rock in the future. At that time, he could sit and fly. Song Suijing looked at the mini elk with shining eyes and said, "Is it the rock spirit? How can it change back and forth? Can it turn into an arrow-back pig?" When the rock spirit heard this, it blinked and immediately transformed again. It really turned into an arrow-back pig, but it was a mini version. So cute, what's its name? Song Suijing held the arrow-back pig in the palm of her hand and asked curiously. Megatron," Yixian said awkwardly. This world didn't have any transformers, so he definitely hadn't heard of it. "Then let's call it Little Tion." "Little Tion, can you turn back into your original form?" Song Suijing asked again. Then the arrow-back pig transformed again and returned to its original appearance of a nut that was bitten by a zombie. It had 2 thin arms and 2 thin legs. At this time, it suddenly stretched out its hand and faced Yixian. "Damn! Didn't I just give it to you this morning? What performance fee?" Yixian was speechless. This was really a foodie. He immediately took out 2 high-rank earthly artifacts and Megatron swallowed them in front of the 2 of them. It eats these. Song Sui-jing was almost scared to death. Those were 2 high-rank earthly artifacts. Yes, it eats 30 of them a day. Yi Xian nodded. 30 of them. Earthly artifacts. Song Sui-jing rolled her eyes. 1 high-rank earthly artifact was enough to buy the entire Great Song dynasty. 30 of them were enough to buy the entire eastern region, or even the 4 major regions. Most importantly, this was Megatron's food fee for a day. You little thing, you're already a peak true profound realm spirit beast. If you break through again, you'll become a profound beast. But you won't always be this small, right? Yi Xian asked. Megatron shook its head. Then it jumped to the ground and shattered into countless small powder. The next scene made Yi Xian and Song Sui-jing dumbstruck. They saw Megatron's small powder slowly expand. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a soccer ball, then the size of a stone table. Yi Xian quickly added, "Let me see your biggest form." Megatron heard this and started to expand crazily. In the end, it condensed into a 10-meter-tall giant. The 10-meter-tall giant seemed to be a profound Earth core realm green source giant. "Can you turn into a rock and fly?" Yi Xian asked again. In the next moment, the green source giant disintegrated and turned into a rock with a wingspan of 10 meters. It flew a circle in the sky. Not bad. The speed has already surpassed an ordinary soaring sky rock. If it grows one more time, it will become a profound beast. Yi Xian nodded satisfyingly. It seemed like he was really lucky this time. In just a week, Megatron almost broke through to the profound beast realm. If he was given a month, wouldn't he at least reach the Earth core realm? If he was given a year, wouldn't he be able to break through to the flying dragon realm? The rock spirit turned into a green rock and immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples. What kind of spirit beast is that? A green rock? How come I've never heard of it before? I heard that it's a spirit beast that senior brother Yi tamed. I thought he was a green rock spirit just now. How did he turn into a rock? Let's just focus on our cultivation. Senior brother Yi can already kill heavenly core warriors, and we haven't even broken through to the Earth core realm yet. Let's go, let's go. A group of disciples were discussing among themselves. Chapter 312. Trash that can't be raised currently. The structure of the soaring heaven mansion was going to change. The 4 manors might merge into one. After all, with so many inner cores, anyone would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a figure arrived at the door. "Yi Xian, are you here?" A voice came from outside the door. When Yi Xian heard it, he was surprised, because it was the voice of the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zhang Miao. "Senior disciple Zhang, please come in," Yi Xian shouted. Zhang Miao hastily walked in from the outside. "Senior disciple Zhang, how is Guangjin City?" Yi Xian hastily asked. He knew that the reason why Zhang Miao came back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion was because of Guangjin City. Hearing this, Zhang Miao shook his head and said, "Not good. That Chui Linjiang has returned to the central province, and soon, he will compete with us for the position of Guangjin City's mayor." "Senior disciple Zhang, can the mayor of the upper 3 cities compete for the position?" Yi Xian was surprised. "No, Chui Linjiang is the mayor of Sun Hill City. He won't compete for the position, but his father will." Zhang Miao shook his head and said, "Chui Linjiang's father?" Yi Xian was startled. Perhaps only a late heavenly core warrior could make Zhang Miao fear him. After the mayor of Guangjin City died, the first city mayor sent someone to stay in the mayor's mansion. Anyone can apply to compete for the position of mayor. Right now, more than 10 early heavenly core warriors have applied, including those from the upper 3 cities. Besides Chui Linjiang, there is another late heavenly core warrior. Zhang Miao started explaining to Yi Xian. 2 late heavenly core warriors? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. These were all the top warriors in the heavenly water continent. But, when he heard that more than 10 early heavenly core warriors had joined the competition, his eyes lit up. Originally, he thought whoever arrived at the mayor's mansion first would get the position, but he didn't expect that he would need to apply. Looking at this, he might be able to get some benefits. Senior Marshal Brother Zheng, the purpose of your visit is, Yixian asked again. My grandfather wants your help. If we succeed in taking down Guangjin City, we will split the profits in half. Zheng Miao said. A 50-50 split would make it 50-50. The benefits of Guangjin City might not be high, but all the cities within Guangjin City's territory had to pay taxes to Guangjin City every year. Moreover, Yuan Yibo definitely had many private mines and treasure lands. If they were all mined, the value would be immeasurable. All right, I agree. Yixian nodded. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurriedly said, I want to go too, and ask your elder brother to join us as well. We can use this opportunity to gain some experience. I want to see how strong all of you are now after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Yixian nodded his head. From the moment she entered the room, Zhang Miao felt that Song Suijing was extraordinary. Now that she heard Yixian's words, she was stunned. Heavenly core realm. If that young master Yang Ling was in front of Song Suijing, he would be nothing more than an ant. Without hesitation, Song Suijing left and went to look for Adjudicator Song. The mayor's battle was about to begin, and they had to hurry to the central province. Very soon, Adjudicator Song also rushed over. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. Zhang Miao rode a soaring cloud bird here, so it only took them a day to travel from the soaring cloud mansion to the central province city. Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai and the other men were having a discussion in the main hall. When they saw Zhang Miao and Yi Xian, they immediately stood up. Little brother Yi, you're finally here. Zhang Shuahai quickly walked over and greeted them. Yi Xian walked closer and found out that Zhang Yu and another middle-aged man had both broken through to the early heavenly core realm. He immediately congratulated them. Congratulations, seniors. This is all thanks to those refined pills you gave me. Too bad. There are only 7 days left until the mayor's battle, and I won't be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm in 7 days. Zhang Shuahai shook his head. After that, he looked at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song who were standing behind Yixian. Then he asked, These two are? This is my fiancé, Song Suijing, and this is my elder brother, Adjudicator Song. He should be able to fight with an early heavenly core warrior, and he will be joining the battle with me. Yixian introduced them to each other. Haha, this old man thanks you. Zhang Shuahai expressed his gratitude. Senior, you're too kind. Song Suijing smiled. She was really happy because this time she could finally help Yixian. Little brother Yi, why don't we go to the number 1 main city now? Zhang Shuahai asked again. All right. Yixian nodded his head. After that, they sat on the soaring cloud bird and headed towards the center of the central province city, the number 1 main city. Right at this moment, all the powerful warriors in the central province city had gathered there. A main city's mayor was extremely powerful, and it had attracted a huge amount of people, including some sects and families in the central province city, and even some lone warriors with extraordinary strength. Of course, some of them weren't here to fight for the position of mayor, they were here to gain benefits from the mayor battle. This time, it took the soaring cloud bird an entire day to arrive at the number 1 main city. The number 1 main city had a city wall that was over 10,000 meters long, and countless people lived within it. At the same time, there was a special rule, and that was that no birds or beasts were allowed to fly over the number 1 main city. Because of this rule, the soaring cloud bird could only land outside the number 1 main city. After that, Zhang Shuahai led Yixian through the noisy streets and arrived at the mayor's mansion. So this is the number 1 main city's mayor's mansion? That Yang Kai is a strength realm warrior, then the mayor of the number 1 main city should be at least at the strength realm, right? Yixian murmured in his mind. It was very easy to apply for the mayor battle. Anyone could apply even if they were at the true spirit realm. After the application was completed, Yixian and the other two received an identity token. After 6 days, they would gather at the designated location, and someone would escort them to the location of the mayor battle. On the way to the number 1 main city, Zhang Shuahai explained the format of the mayor battle to Yixian and the other two, which was to compete for the city mayor's token. The number 1 city mayor would hide the Guangjin city's city mayor's token somewhere. As long as someone found this token and held it for a period of time, they would be the new city mayor. In addition, there were no restrictions on killing, and they could do as they pleased. However, just as Yi Xian and the others left the number 1 main city's mansion, they bumped into another group of people. The leader of this group was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. He was Sun Hill City's city mayor, Cui Linjiang. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Yi Xian subconsciously said. Cui Linjiang looked at Yi Xian and the others. Then he coldly harumphed and said, I let you live last time, and I thought you'd struggle to survive. I didn't expect you to come and help Divine Land City. In a few more days, you'll die. Right at this moment, an old man walked out from behind him and said, He's the guy who killed 4 early Heavenly Core warriors from Sun Hill City? Chapter 313. First Main City Father, that's him. Cui Linjiang nodded his head. Fine, I'll remember that. When the time comes, I'll kill you myself. A killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. He was Cui Linjiang's father, the old mayor of Sun Hill City, Cui Feng. Just as Zhang Shuahai and the others were about to retort, Song Suijing, who was standing next to Yi Xian, suddenly took a step forward and let out a cold snort. Old man, don't rely on your old age. Don't let Yi Xian break all your bones when the time comes. Seeing Yi Xian being ridiculed, of course she couldn't stand it anymore. Little girl, you've got a big mouth. You better not fall into my hands, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Cui Feng's eyes once again flashed with a ruthless expression. After that, he led the others and walked into the mayor's mansion in the first main city. This Cui family is really something. They even managed to recruit the 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain. Looks like they are determined to take over Guangjin City. Zhang Shuahai said. The 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain were the 3 masked men behind Cui Linjiang, and they were all at the early Heavenly Core realm. Xiahui, Ding Tao, and the other 3 were all dead, and in just a few days the Sun Hill City had recruited another 3 early Heavenly Core warriors, and they were all famous warriors in the Central Province. This had caused the Divine Land City to feel pressured. However, Yi Xian, who was standing there quietly, had a relaxed expression on his face. So what if they were 3 early Heavenly Core warriors? If he ran into them, they would all end up the same. After that, Zhang Shuahai and the others brought Yi Xian to their mansion in the first main city so that Yi Xian could have a good rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Suijing and Judge Song continued to learn upper-rank Earth-rank martial skills. They didn't have the devouring system, so they needed time to learn martial skills. However, with the bloodline of the Sword Emperor and their father, it was very easy for them to learn martial skills. Apart from the corresponding offensive martial skills, their understanding of other martial skills was very ordinary. At the same time, Yi Xian also took advantage of these few days to stroll around the first main city. He discovered that in the first main city's weapon shops, other than selling low-grade earth weapons, there wasn't even a mid-grade earth weapon, let alone a high-grade earth weapon. It seemed that the weapons in the first main city were all monopolized by the All Affairs Pavilion and given priority to those clans and sections. There were still a few days before the slot battle, so Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. Simply put, it was to make money. In the All Affairs Pavilion, as long as one could afford it, they could do all kinds of things. In addition to killing people and searching for people, there were also things to do. Yi Xian immediately went to look for him. The Myriad Pavilion in the number 1 main city was the largest in the entire central state. As soon as Yi Xian entered, a waiter led Yi Xian to a private room. I need some forging materials, medium and high-grade earth-tier materials. I need at least 10 million top-grade crystals. How many do you have? Yi Xian got straight to the point. 10 million top-grade crystals. The waiter was stunned. Thinking that he had encountered a big order, he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. He left in a hurry. Not long after, he came back with another person. Yi Xian happened to see this person before. It was the first main city's vice city lord, Yang Kai. HM? It's you? After Yang Kai saw Yi Xian was more or less surprised. Senior, we meet again. Yi Xian was also surprised. You need a lot of forging materials? Yang Kai also got straight to the point. Yes, a lot. Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense and directly took out some forging materials, asking, "How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you have," Yi Xian replied. He really had an infinite demand for forging materials. He only needed to think about it and he could succeed. As for the remaining materials, he could also give them to Wei Jintian as snacks. "Okay, since you need a lot, I can give you according to the market price." Yang Kai directly calculated and then reported a number, 13 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian took out this number of top-grade crystals and completed the transaction. Also, City Lord Yang, do you also accept mid-rank or high-rank earth artifacts? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, mid-rank earth artifacts cost 600 top-grade crystals and high-rank earth artifacts cost 60,000. Of course, it depends on the quality. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and began to calculate a large amount of Yi Xian. I see. Then I'll take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian's departing back and muttered in his heart, I wonder why City Lord is so interested in this little brat. After leaving Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his residence. With the 13 million top-grade crystals, he estimated that he could forge at least 300 high-rank earth artifacts and 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts. If he sold them, he would make double the profit. Unfortunately, there were not many materials. He directly finished forging everything in a small alley and then returned to Myriad Pavilion. It just so happened that Yang Kai was in the hall. Little brother, do you need anything else? Yang Kai asked in surprise when he saw Yi Xian return. I brought a batch of high-rank earth artifacts. Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly led Yi Xian to a side room. 300 high-rank earth artifacts, 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts, high quality. Yang Kai was shocked. When he saw the name on the hilt of these earth artifacts, he exclaimed, Yi Xian. Oh, my family will always put my name on the artifacts after they are forged. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If he told Yang Kai that he had forged so many earth artifacts in 1 minute, the Strength Realm Master would definitely be shocked to death. I didn't expect that, in addition to the 3 blacksmiths in the upper 3 cities, there would be another master. Okay, I'll buy all of these earth artifacts at the same price as before. Yang Kai directly took out 30 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian accepted it with a smile and completed the transaction, earning a net profit of 17 million top-quality crystal stones and 30 million top-quality crystal stones cultivation base. After the transaction was completed, he said, City Lord Yang, I still need some things. What do you need? Just tell me. Yang Kai said, Celestial Blue Stone, Dragon Jade. Yi Xian said a lot of things at once. You want to forge a heaven artifact? Yang Kai instantly understood. And the elders of my family want to practice. In addition, they need a heaven-grade martial art. I wonder if Myriad Pavilion has any. Yi Xian nodded. We have a little celestial blue stone and dragon jade, but we don't have any other materials. As for heaven-grade martial arts, we don't have any. Yang Kai replied. At this time, Yi Xian realized that even if Myriad Pavilion had a heaven-grade martial art, he probably couldn't afford it. This was definitely not something that could be bought with a few thousand or 10,000 spirit stones. Then I also need some alchemy materials. Chapter 3:14. The day before the competition this time, Yi Xian stayed in the Myriad Pavilion for half an hour. He had too many ways to earn money, so he could only choose some common materials to refine. A day later, he brought the pills to the Myriad Pavilion again. At the same time, he also took out some treasures he had exchanged for. Yang Kai had high hopes for these treasures, but unfortunately, there was a limit to how much they could be exchanged for. In the end, Yi Xian only earned 100 million top-quality crystal stones. Although it wasn't much, it still brought him one step closer to the heavenly core realm. However, if he wanted to become the city lord of Guangjin City, he would need to at least break through to the heavenly core realm. Therefore, he went to the Myriad Pavilion again the day before the city lord competition. This time, he wanted something different. He found Yang Kai. Yi Xian, what do you want this time? Yang Kai asked. This time, it's a bloodline seed I found in a senior's cave mansion. Yi Xian took out a crystal clear seed and handed it over to Yang Kai. A bloodline seed. When these 4 words entered Yang Kai's ears, it caused his body to tremble violently. With his current realm, he could condense everything he had learned into a bloodline seed, but the price he had to pay was that he would become an ordinary person. What are the effects of these bloodline seeds? Yang Kai asked. This bloodline seed can increase one's comprehension of sword-type martial arts by 10%, as well as increase one's strength by 10%. This one is of a higher grade. It can increase one's comprehension by 20%. Yi Xian handed over another bloodline seed. Hearing this, Yang Kai asked in shock, "This isn't a martial art seed?" "No, this is a special bloodline seed. City Lord Yang might not have heard of it before, but it does have such an effect." Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai went silent. This was the first time he had seen this type of bloodline seed, so he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. "If City Lord Yang doesn't believe me, you can find someone else. I can use this 10% bloodline seed as an experiment." Yi Xian endured the pain and said, "No need, I'll experiment on my own. First, tell me, how much do you want for these 2 bloodline seeds?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. In fact, he was also a sword user. If he could increase the power of his sword skills by 20%, it would be a huge boost to his strength. "City Lord Yang, how much do you think it is?" Yi Xian asked in return. "If it really has the effect you say it does, I think that this 10% crystal is worth at least 100 million top-quality crystal stones, and this 20% crystal is probably worth more than 300 million top-quality crystal stones," Yang Kai estimated in his heart. Of course, this was the price on the Skywater continent. If it was the Bloodstone continent, it would be more than that. "Sure," Yi Xian nodded. For 100 million high-quality crystal stones was more than enough for him to break through to the heavenly core realm. In fact, he really didn't want to give away the bloodlines of the swordsman and swordsman. After all, he could give them to his friends in the future. "All right, then I'll test it out myself." Yang Kai took Yi Xian and left. Arriving at the back of the Myriad Pavilion, he swallowed the Sword Master bloodline. Immediately after, 2 golden rays of light shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Yang Kai took out a long sword and slashed towards the sky. A warrior at his level had a deep understanding of his own martial arts. The power of this slash had indeed increased by 20% compared to before. "Good stuff!" Yang Kai cried out in surprise. He turned around and asked, "Yi Xian, if I swallow this 10% crystal stone, will it?" "No, it won't have any effect." Yi Xian shook his head. Apart from him, everyone could only have one bloodline. Although a swordmaster was the advanced version of a swordmaster, it still wouldn't work. "All right, then I'll keep this one for Chen. Yang Kai kept the other bloodline seed. Then he took out 400 million top-quality crystal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian put away all the big treasure chests, his spirit shook. He could finally break through to the heavenly core realm. "Yi Xian, do you have any more of these bloodline seeds?" Yang Kai asked hastily. "I still have some." Yi Xian nodded. The reason why these bloodline seeds could be exchanged was because Yi Xian had fused with them before. In simple words, he couldn't exchange for bloodlines that hadn't been fused with before. Previously, when he gave Adjudicator Song the Axe King bloodline seed, he had already fused with the Axe King bloodline. For his brother-in-law, he had sacrificed a bloodline window. One had to know, with his current situation, he couldn't even afford a bloodline expansion window. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately brought Yi Xian to his residence in the Myriad Pavilion. 100 Beast Bloodline, Wind-Chasing Leopard Bloodline, 100 Flower Bloodline, Sagittarius Bloodline. Yi Xian told Yang Kai the characteristics of these bloodlines one by one. This time, he was going to spend a lot of money. When Yang Kai heard about the characteristics of these bloodlines, he was already thinking about how many top-quality crystal stones he would have to spend to buy them. However, he was also thinking that no matter how much he had to spend, he had to buy them all. If he sold them, he would definitely be able to get back what he had invested, and he would also be able to make a huge profit. This time, they talked for a full 2 hours. In the end, they decided on a price: 10 billion top-quality crystal stones. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai took out some purplish-black stones and said, "These are soul-condensing stones. They are the currency used by Spirit Realm 4th stage powerhouses. One stone is equivalent to 100 million high-grade crystal stones. Here are 100 stones." Yi Xian took the soul-congealing stones and asked in confusion, "Why are these things used as currency?" "Because Spirit Realm experts need to use these soul-congealing stones to cultivate. Every time I refine one, my soul strength will increase by a bit, and my strength will also increase accordingly." Yang Kai explained, "Is that so?" Yi Xian took a soul-congealing stone and put it into his devouring space, then started devouring it. According to the increase in core, he could tell that this soul-congealing stone was equivalent to 100 million top-quality crystal stones. "Then thank you, Mayor Yang." Yi Xian put away the remaining 99 soul-congealing stones. Before this, he was worried about where he could find soul-congealing stones, but he didn't expect them to be the currency used between Spirit Realm experts. If this was the case, Song Suijing and Judge Song wouldn't have to worry about being stuck at the late Heavenly Core realm. "Oh right, you're going to participate in the Guangjin City's City Lord battle tomorrow, right?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded his head. "Then you better be careful. From what I know, the 3 old city lords of the upper 3 cities have all applied for the City Lord battle. Although they are restricted from fighting outside, they won't be restricted in the City Lord battle. Furthermore, there will be a large number of Heavenly Core warriors." Yang Kai reminded. Yi Xian thanked. "I will. The 3 old city lords of the upper 3 cities? So what? Once he broke through to the Heavenly Core realm, all of them would be hung up and beaten." Chapter 3:15. Island of Death. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his own place. Song Suijing and Judge Song were still practicing their martial arts. While he locked himself in his room, he took out a soul-congealing stone and started devouring it. Devour! Ding, the host has broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. After he had devoured 5 soul-congealing stones, he finally heard the system's notification. Heavenly Core realm, he had finally broken through. "Chui Feng, I hope you don't run into me. If not, you'll die a horrible death." Yi Xian murmured in his mind. He still remembered the way Chui Feng talked to Song Suijing a few days ago. As a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, how could he not take revenge? Slap! Slap! Right after he broke through, Wei Zhentian, who was beside him, climbed onto his shoulder and kept patting him. "What are you doing? You want to eat it too?" Yi Xian took out a soul-congealing stone. Wei Zhentian nodded his head. "I can't give this to you. I'm going to devour it myself. Wait a moment." Yi Xian devoured the rest of the soul-congealing stones. After calculating, he had devoured a total of 100 soul-congealing stones. Right now, he had more than 1 million soul-congealing stones. Then, he very generously exchanged 10,000 earthly weapons, which filled the entire room to the brim. When Wei Zhentian saw this, he immediately leapt towards them and started devouring them like crazy. Sigh! 100 soul-congealing stones. Just a little more and I'll be able to break through to the initial Heavenly Core realm. Forget it, I'll wait until the mayor competition. Yi Xian shook his head. He estimated that if nothing unexpected happened, they would have no problem taking over Guangjin City. A day passed by in a flash. When the second day arrived, everyone in the Divine Land City had gathered. Yi Xian and the other 2 were among the crowd as well. After that, they headed towards the mayor's mansion. When they arrived in front of the mayor's mansion, they saw hundreds of people who were interested in Guangjin City. So many. All of them are at least at the Heavenly Core realm. I never expected there to be so many great warriors in the central province. Song Suijing couldn't help but sigh. There are a lot of experts from the 7 main cities. It seems that there are more than 200 people. Judge Song also felt the pressure. Zhang Shuahai also said helplessly, "With so many people, it seems like there will be a bloody storm. Moreover, I'm afraid that the large group will be separated and carried out in small groups." Working in small groups? Yi Xian turned around. I remember that there was once a battle for the position of City Lord. At most, they would form a group of 3 and then be assigned to other places. If that's the case, we'll have to be separated, Zhang Shuahai explained. Oh, I see. Yi Xian nodded. If it was a group of 3, then he could guarantee that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be by his side. Right at this moment, Zhang Shuahai suddenly saw some people in the crowd. He immediately whispered, "Besides Cui Feng from the Sun Hill City, the other 2 city lords from the upper 3 cities are here as well. This is really troublesome." Everyone followed his gaze and they saw 2 old men. Both of them had ordinary looks, but they were both late Heavenly Core warriors, and they were only 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Perhaps, if they could obtain some soul condensing pills, they would be able to break through to the spirit realm. However, not many people knew that soul condensing pills were required to break through to the 4th realm of the spirit realm from the divine core realm. They all thought that it was just a normal breakthrough. Yi Xian, who was quietly standing there, suddenly felt something strange. He turned his head to look and discovered that Cui Feng from Yangling City was looking at them. His old eyes were filled with viciousness. If the men from the Divine Land City and Sun Hill City were to bump into each other, a fight would definitely break out. Everyone waited for a while, then more and more people arrived. Finally, a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight. "Ah, look!" someone cried out in surprise. Everyone raised their heads and saw that it wasn't a cloud that was blocking the sunlight. It was a big guy. "It's the Vice City Lord's Heavenly Core Blue Moon Bird." Someone immediately recognized it. Yi Xian raised his head as well. Now, he wasn't envious of those flying mounts because he had one too. After eating 10,000 high-rank earth weapons, Wei Jintian had broken through to the Earth Core realm. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could directly help Wei Jintian break through to the Heavenly Core realm. However, there was a small rule in the mayor's competition. No Shen beasts were allowed to participate. "Everyone, get on my back!" A middle-aged man on the Blue Moon Bird shouted out. While he was speaking, the Blue Moon Bird slowly descended. "It's the Vice City Lord." After some people recognized him, they immediately jumped onto the back of the Blue Moon Bird. In less than 10 seconds, more than 200 people had jumped onto the back of the bird. After that, Yang Kai checked everyone's identity, then ordered the Blue Moon Bird to fly. "Vice City Lord, where are we going now?" someone asked curiously. Yang Kai slowly replied, "Out to sea." "What?" When these words came out, everyone on the back of the Blue Moon Bird was shocked. Wasn't it taking place on land? After a day, they finally understood. It turned out that they were on an island near the Heavenly Water Continent. None of them had ever been to this island before. However, some of them had heard of it before. Vice City Lord, don't tell me this is the Death Island?" someone asked timidly. "What? Death Island?" When they heard this name, many people immediately cried out in surprise. Yi Xian also asked Zhang Shuahai in surprise, "Senior, what is this Death Island?" "This?" Zhang Shuahai swallowed his saliva and said, "I thought this Death Island was just a legend. The reason why this island is called Death Island is because there is a Saint Beast on this island." "Saint Beast?" Song Suijing was startled. "Then if we go up there, won't we just be sending ourselves to our deaths?" "I'm not sure either." Zhang Shuahai shook his head. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was standing on the head of the Blue Moon Bird, suddenly turned his head and said, "Yes, this is the Death Island. In the middle of this island, there is a Strength Realm Blue Sea Flood Dragon. If any of you want to back out, you can say so now. If you suddenly change your mind, then you will have to swim back to the Heavenly Water Continent by yourself." Everyone hesitated. This was a Saint Beast that could easily tear everyone here to pieces. However, they suddenly remembered that Vice City Lord Yang Kai didn't seem to be very fierce, so they thought that the Blue Sea Flood Dragon might be in a deep sleep. As long as they didn't make too much noise, it wouldn't be disturbed. Therefore, no one wanted to back out. Very good. Since no one wants to back out, then you can divide yourselves into groups. Each group can have a maximum of 3 people. After that, come and draw lots. When the time comes, I will put you on the island in order." Yang Kai said slowly. Chapter 316. Begin. 31. Yang Kai noted it down. There were more than 200 good people here, and there would definitely be some who were in groups of 2 or 1, but Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Xian and the others also walked over. Among them, Zhang Shuahai was in a group with his son, Zhang Yu, and the other 3 who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm were in another group. As for Yi Xian, he was in a group with Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Number 1. When Yi Xian saw the number on the piece of paper he had drawn, he couldn't help but feel speechless. "Yeah, our luck is really good," Song Suijing said with a smile. Although she was shocked that there was a Saint Beast on this island, as long as Yi Xian was here, even if there were 10 Saint Beasts on this island, she wouldn't be afraid. "Not bad. The first group to arrive on the island first, so you can go and find the City Lord's token first," Yang Kai said with a smile. Yi Xian let out a hollow laugh. Although he said so, who knew if they would be the first to die? After drawing their lots, they all retreated. Soon, everyone had finished drawing their lots. There were more than 100 groups out of the 210 people. Of course, some of the numbers were empty because Yang Kai had prepared 200 lots. "That Chui Feng is number 99, he is a bit far from us," Yi Xian thought to himself. He had secretly noted down some people's numbers just now. Not only that, Zhang Shuahai's group was also quite far away, so they had to rely on themselves. While they were drawing lots, the island was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the blue moon bird stopped 1,000 meters away from the island. "Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next," Yang Kai suddenly said in a loud voice. "There aren't many rules in the City Lord battle. First, originally, no Shen beasts are allowed to help, but since you're riding on my blue moon bird this time, this rule has been removed. Second, there are no restrictions on killing on this island. If anyone wants to leave, they can jump into the sea and swim back. Third, when someone finds the City Lord's token, it will immediately release a purple light that soars into the sky. Moreover, it will release once every 10 minutes. As long as someone holds the City Lord's token for 2 hours, he will be the new City Lord of Guangjin City, and the contest will end there. Fourthly, there is a Strength Realm sacred beast, Oceanic Flood Dragon, in the center of the island. I don't know if it is sleeping or not. So, if you don't want to die, it's best not to make too much of a commotion in the center of the island. That's all I have to say. Now we'll proceed according to the order. If anyone wishes to forfeit, feel free to say so. I can send you back." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he ordered the blue moon bird to approach the island. But at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw a flood dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. It flipped over and dived back into the sea. Immediately, there was an uproar. Rest assured, it's not the flood dragon on the island, but I can remind you that there are many profound beasts in this sea, so it's not too late for you to give up now, Yang Kai reminded again. But still, no one said anything. So what if it was a profound beast? All those who came here were at least at the Heavenly Core Realm. Besides, humans were so small, as long as they weren't injured, they wouldn't attract the attention of the profound beasts in the deep sea. The blue moon bird flew forward for a while. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian and the other 2 and said, "Group number 1, I wish you all the best." Yi Xian nodded his head. After that, he jumped down with Song Suijing and the other 2. It was only 100 meters in the air. It was a piece of cake for them. Zhang Shuahai, who was in the crowd, watched as Yi Xian and the other 2 left. He let out a sigh. He thought they were going to act together, but he didn't expect them to act in groups. At the same time, there was a figure who was looking at Yi Xian and the other 2, but the look on his face was extremely vicious. He was the old city lord of Sun Hill City, Chui Feng. "Little brat, don't let me see you again, or else I'll skin you alive and kill your wife in front of you." Bang! 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 On Death Island, 3 muffled sounds rang out. Yi Xian and the other 2 had successfully landed on the ground. After landing, Yi Xian raised his head and found that the blue moon bird had already flown into the distance. "So this is Death Island? It's so ordinary," Song Suijing said with a relaxed expression. "Little girl, don't be careless. There is a mysterious beast within 100 meters of us that has its eyes on us," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Is that so? Then I'll make sure it doesn't return," Song Suijing giggled. She took out the high-rank earth artifact, Ice Moon Sword, and slashed in a certain direction. A light blue slash cut through the air. After cutting down 3 thick trees, it cut an Earth Core realm leopard in half. Not bad, so it was discovered long ago. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Next to him, Judge Song also took out his 2-meter-long flaming sun axe and said, "Younger brother-in-law, I don't think you're here just for the mayor's medallion, right?" "Yes, all those who came here to fight for the mayor's medallion are Heavenly Core warriors. Their combined value is more than all the territories in the lower 3 cities." Yi Xian nodded his head and said, "All right, I'm ready for a big fight." Judge Song shook his axe. Ever since he had merged with the Axe King's bloodline, his confidence had increased tremendously. He really wanted to find a Heavenly Core warrior and fight him. Without hesitation, the 3 of them started moving towards the direction where the blue moon bird had flown. Although this island was huge, there were more than 100 groups of people who were going to land. Therefore, if they kept moving towards the direction where the blue moon bird had flown, they might be able to find the second group. They moved with great speed. All the mysterious beasts that blocked their path were killed by Song Suijing and Judge Song. As for the corpses, they were all devoured by Yi Xian. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally found the second group. "Yi Xian, do you want to kill them?" Judge Song asked. "It's up to you whether you want to kill them or not. We're going to steal them anyway." Yi Xian replied, "In this world, if you don't kill someone, someone else will kill you. Let's just kill them. Where are they?" Judge Song made his decision. "This direction, about 1,000 meters away, there are 2 people. You can take one each." Yi Xian pointed in a direction. "All right, sister, let's go." Judge Song took out his flaming sun axe and took the lead. Song Suijing quickly followed behind. In order to ensure their safety, Yi Xian had to protect them from behind. A distance of 1,000 meters, for these 2 Heavenly Core siblings, it took them less than 2 seconds to cross. Just as the 2 men in front of them realized what was going on, they were ambushed. Heaven-shaking slash. Judge Song immediately rushed forward and slashed at one of the middle-aged men. Song Suijing followed closely behind and slashed with his sword. Ambush! Both men immediately reacted. Judge Song's opponent was an early Heavenly Core warrior, and he was using a huge blade. He quickly raised his blade. Clang! Chapter 317. Experience. Although Judge Song had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm, he was using a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill, and with the help of the Axe King's bloodline, this attack was not something an ordinary man could withstand. But this middle-aged man was at the initial Heavenly Core realm, and he was a body refiner. His strength was above Judge Song's, and both men were evenly matched. Indeed, he is weaker in terms of physique. But I'm not a pushover either. Overlord 36 slashes. Judge Song's eyes lit up. He raised the flaming sun axe and started slashing. On the other side, Song Suijing launched a sneak attack and killed the other Heavenly Core warrior in an instant. Right at this moment, she had already taken her opponent's storage ring. "Brother, let me help you." Song Suijing held her long sword tightly and was about to step forward and help. "No need. Let me handle this myself," Judge Song replied. "Stinking brat, you're really arrogant. You dare challenge me? You're courting death." When the middle-aged man saw his comrade being killed, he was extremely angry. He immediately turned his anger into strength and started fighting back. Both he and Judge Song were using large-sized weapons, and they were competing with each other in terms of strength. Although Judge Song's physique was weaker, and his cultivation level was lower, he had the 30% boost from the Axe King's bloodline, and the flaming sun axe in his hand was a high-ranked Earth-rank weapon. Therefore, he was able to make up for the difference. "Yi Xian, who do you think will win? Brother or that guy?" Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Brother's Overlord 36 slashes is one of the best Earth-rank martial skills. With the Axe King's bloodline, he has a strong understanding of this martial skill. "I think that guy will at most be able to last until the 18th slash," Yi Xian commented. "Are you kidding me?" When the middle-aged man heard this comment, he immediately shouted out loudly, But right at this moment, Judge Song's 18th slash landed. Crack. After a crisp sound, the middle-aged man was directly cleaved in half by the Overlord's 18 slashes. His high-rank earthly weapon was forcibly severed. Yi Xian and Song Suijing were both stunned. To be able to cut a high-grade earthly tool in half, just how powerful was that? Yi Xian had the myriad beast's bloodline. If he used the 8 desolate sword, he would be able to cut through a high-grade earthly weapon. However, Judge Song didn't have such a powerful physique. This is the Overlord's 36 slashes. It's an explosive martial skill. Combined with the flaming sun axe, that slash just now could have killed a green source giant at the early heavenly core realm. Yi Xian thought to himself in his mind. In any case, Judge Song's strength was not bad. Brother is indeed powerful. If I were to face him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to win, Song Suijing praised. Alas, it's a pity that my physique can't catch up with yours. I heard that the people of the Central Province have refined their physique for many years. Judge Song said helplessly. He took the other party's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Don't worry, I have a great strength pill here. Eating one can temporarily double your strength. Yi Xian said with a smile. He took out a bottle of pills and threw it over to Judge Song. A Mortal Core Great Strength Pill was worth 5 Devour Crystals. An Earth Core Great Strength Pill was worth 10 times, which was 50 Devour Crystals. As for a Heavenly Core Great Strength Pill, it was worth 500 Devour Crystals. This bottle of Great Strength Pills was worth 5,000 Devour Crystals. But Yi Xian was a tycoon right now. He had 1 million Devour Crystals for him to spend, so 5,000 Devour Crystals was nothing to him. I never expected to find such a good item. But it's too boring to kill an opponent in an instant. I can't increase my strength, so I can only use it as a life-saving pill. Judge Song took the Great Strength Pill and threw it into his universe ring. Of course. Yi Xian smiled. He took out the same bottle and gave it to Song Suijing. Besides that, he also exchanged some divine pills that could allow a Heavenly Core warrior to fully recover his core and gave them to both of them. In the fight just now, Judge Song had used up half of his core. Now that he had these recovery pills, he could finally go all out. After that, the three of them continued their journey, looking for the third group. Along the way, Yi Xian checked the 2 universe rings. The middle-aged man who was cut in half by Judge Song just now was the sect chief of a sect in the Central Province, and he was quite rich. After absorbing the divine pills, there were about 20 million Devour Crystals, which was equivalent to 2,000 Devour Crystals. After running for a while, they finally met the third group. This group also consisted of 2 people. In order to increase his strength, Judge Song suggested not to ambush them, but to fight them head-on. Yo, it's the first group. TSK, 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 TSK. I had my eyes on this little girl just now, and I was thinking of looking for you guys. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Let me see, she's still a virgin. Not bad, not bad. A good start. A lecherous middle-aged man stared at Song Suijing, who was slowly walking towards him. Judge Song's face darkened. Little sister. I'll leave this guy to you. Song Suijing nodded her head. She wouldn't show any mercy to a man who coveted her beauty. Since both of you are interested in each other, let's do it. Right after the lecherous middle-aged man finished his words, Judge Song held the flaming sun axe in his hand and dashed forward. The battle only lasted for a second. Both men had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm, and they couldn't withstand a single attack from the brother and sister duo. Both of them were instantly killed. Although all those who participated in the mayor's competition were at least Heavenly Core warriors, most of them had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. There were only 20 early Heavenly Core warriors and 3 late Heavenly Core warriors. If those who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm were to encounter Judge Song and Song Suijing, they would be instantly killed. As for Yi Xian, he was following behind the 2 bodyguards like a big boss. Early Heavenly Core warriors' wealth ranged from 1 million to 5 million. There were many early Heavenly Core warriors, and almost all of them had more than 10 million high-quality crystals. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian had obtained nearly 10,000 high-quality crystals. However, Right after Judge Song killed the fourth early Heavenly Core warrior, a purple beam suddenly soared into the sky. That's... The mayor's token has been found. Yi Xian raised his head and looked in a certain direction. The mayor's token has been found. That means everyone will gather there. This is a good opportunity. Song Suijing blinked her eyes and said, "And we have to go there. But let's not fight for the mayor's token for now. We don't want to become everyone's target." Yi Xian nodded his head and said, right after that, all of them started running towards the purple beam. At that time, a chaotic battle would definitely break out. Judge Song's blood was boiling. With Yi Xian here, Song Suijing would definitely be fine, and he could finally go all out. Almost everyone saw the purple beam soaring into the sky. Just like Yi Xian, they all started running towards the same direction. Chapter 318. Lai Kong City's mayor, dead. During the early stages of the mayor competition, the three of them focused on training. The brother and sister duo kept fighting, and Yi Xian kept earning a huge amount of wealth. Right now, the mayor competition had reached its climax. Every group had bumped into other groups, and every time they bumped into each other, it would be a fierce fight. Because of this, their wealth was slowly gathering together, and it would enter Yi Xian's pocket. 10 minutes later, the purple light appeared once again. Yi Xian and the other two brothers stopped and looked around. They realized that the purple light was still some distance away from them. Right at this moment, three figures suddenly entered Yi Xian's sensing range. There are three men coming from behind us. One is at the early heavenly core realm, and the other two are at the early heavenly core realm. Yi Xian immediately said. Hearing this, Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing immediately turned around. They had already discussed this beforehand. Under this situation, the early heavenly core warrior would be given to Adjudicator Song, and the one at the early heavenly core realm would be given to Song Suijing. A second later, they heard the footsteps as well. Without hesitation, they charged towards the trio. Bang! Both parties immediately started fighting. Yi Xian, who was following closely behind Song Suijing, glanced at the initial heavenly core warrior. Zhang Shuahai had secretly told him that the initial heavenly core warrior was the city lord of Raging Sky City in the lower three cities, Lu Ming. Now is the Guangjin city's city lord battle. If this Lu Ming dies here, wouldn't there be another city lord battle held? Or will Lai Kong City be included in the mayor competition this time? Yi Xian was guessing in his mind. Right at this moment, the mayor of Lai Kong City, Lu Ming, recognized Yi Xian and the other two brothers. "It's you guys!" Lu Ming cried out in surprise. In the next moment, his expression changed, because Song Suijing had already killed two of his subordinates. Adjudicator Song also recognized Lu Ming. He turned around and asked, "Yi Xian, kill." Yi Xian answered without hesitation. "All right." Judge Song didn't dare to act rashly and began to crazily attack. So what if he was a early heavenly core warrior? He had killed a lot of them. "Damn it, we've always minded our own business, so why do you want to kill me?" Lu Ming asked, gritting his teeth. "Are you kidding me? If the three of us were at the Earth Core realm, would you kill us?" Yi Xian asked in return. "If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell." Lu Ming shouted. His aura surged, and he actually burned his own Dan essence. Many heavenly core warriors knew how to ignite their core energy. It was a way to save their lives. However, the core essence that was burned could not be recovered. Instead, it had to be recultivated. In other words, after burning one's Jindan essence, it was possible for one's cultivation level to drop. Using this, one could gain a temporary boost. Judge Song had just unleashed the ninth slash, so its power wasn't that strong. Besides, Lu Ming was one of the strongest amongst all early heavenly core warriors. That's why it was hard to kill him. After pondering for a moment, Judge Song used his axe to force Lu Ming back and quickly swallowed a great strength pill. In an instant, his strength doubled. "Let's fight to our heart's content," Judge Song roared out. In the middle of the battlefield, both men were using all their strength. Yi Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, was also nervous. A battle of this level, he had to be cautious. If the situation wasn't good, he would intervene. But Judge Song didn't disappoint him. He successfully killed Lu Ming and only suffered some light injuries. Lai Sky City's city lord, Lu Ming, dead. After Lu Ming died, Yi Xian took a big step forward and took the storage ring. It was really good. It was equivalent to more than 1,000 devour crystals. However, not long after Lu Ming died, Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. Lai Sky City's city lord is dead. Lai Sky City will be the main city for the city lord battle. This voice entered everyone's ears. Lai Sky City, Guangjin City. As long as they could get the city lord token, they would become the city lord of both cities. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Sure enough, I'm afraid they're going to kill until their eyes turn red. Yi Xian couldn't help but say, Hong Long Long. Just as his voice fell, a loud rumbling sound came from all directions. It seems that they're starting to fight to the death. Song Suijing said slowly after hearing these sounds. Yi Xian, when are you going to compete for the city lord token? Judge Song asked. It's about time. We'll get the city lord token and let them come to us one by one. Yi Xian replied. After a while, the purple light of the city lord token appeared again. Immediately, the three of them rushed in that direction. This time, Yi Xian personally made a move and killed all those people he met. When they landed on the island, there were more than 200 people, but now, in less than an hour, there were only a few dozen people left. The wealth of 200 people was piled up on these people. Even if they couldn't get the city lord token, some people could still make a lot of money. The city lord token would light up once every 10 minutes, and it would light up for a minute each time. Yi Xian and the other two men rushed towards the purple light. They had a feeling that this time the purple light didn't move. Someone must be fighting for it. Sure enough, when they arrived, they saw a few figures fighting at the edge of an underground cave. Damn! All the old city lords of the upper three cities are here. Yi Xian recognized him with a single glance. Right now, the city lord token was in Chui Feng's hand, and the other two city lords were attacking him together. But there were three masked warriors helping Chui Feng. They were the three monsters of Secluded Mountain who were recruited by Sun Hill City. 6 men were fighting fiercely. It was a spectacular scene, and no one dared to get close to them. Yi Xian knew that there must be a lot of people watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Xian, what should we do? Judge Song couldn't help but ask. A late Heavenly Core warrior was not someone he could handle. Let them fight for it slowly, we'll go take care of the others. After saying that, Yi Xian took the lead and rushed out. He was ready to find trouble with the others. Just as he expected, there were a lot of people hiding in the woods around this open space. Although they were hiding, Yi Xian could clearly sense them. These people were all killed by Yi Xian with ease. On the other side, the 6 men were still fighting at the edge of the underground cave. Chui Feng was still holding the city lord token, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere, even into the underground cave. But right at this moment, not good. This underground cave is where the Azure Sea Serpent is hiding. Let's go. Chui Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly shouted out and rushed towards the woods. The other 2 city lords looked at each other. Their hearts trembled as well, but they still chased after Chui Feng. Suddenly, a huge figure came out from the underground cave. One of the 3 monsters didn't manage to dodge in time, and was grabbed by a huge claw, and instantly exploded. Chapter 319. City Lord's Command. It's a blue sea flood dragon. Someone in the forest cried out in alarm. They paused for a moment and then ran away. Yi Xian, who was in the forest, was also shocked. He had forgotten the name of this island. Death Island. Previously, Yang Kai said that there was a Strength Realm Blue Sea Flood Dragon at the center of Death Island. He also specifically reminded them not to make too much noise at the center of the island. Otherwise, they might wake up the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There was no doubt that the battle between Chui Feng's group of 6 was too intense and attracted the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There really is a saint beast. Judge Song was also shocked. Fortunately, the Sea Serpent Dragon was chasing after them with its back facing them. A Strength Realm Saint Beast. Even if the 3 city lords join forces, they won't be able to defeat it, right? Song Sui-jing looked worried because the city lord's command was in Cui Feng's hands and Cui Feng's group was being chased by the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. However, when Yi Xian saw this scene, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light. He grabbed Wei Jintian and said, "Little Tian, turn into a big bird." Wei Jintian was a little confused. After hearing this, he reluctantly began to collapse and enlarge his body, turning into a large stone statue that could accommodate 3 people and flew into the sky. The previous City Lord's battle didn't allow the assistance of Xian beasts, but this time, Yang Kai deliberately removed this restriction. So Yi Xian dared to release Wei Jintian. Wei Jintian, who had just entered the Earth Core realm, wasn't strong enough, but he could still fly. He carried Yi Xian's group of 3 and flew 500 meters up in the air. Along the way, the 3 saw a huge flood dragon chasing after the cultivators. Huh? That flood dragon didn't chase after Cui Feng and went after another person, Song Sui-jing said in surprise. Good. My chance has come. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he ordered, "Little Tian, fly 500 meters higher." The Azure Sea Serpent chased after someone else, while Cui Feng ran in the opposite direction, which happened to be Yi Xian's location. At that moment, Yi Xian directly jumped down. Then he sped up and landed on the ground in 2 seconds. At the same time, he sensed an uninvited guest within the range of his senses. He quickly chased after him and stood in front of him. Cui Feng, who was holding the City Lord token, was also startled when he saw someone suddenly appear. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock. "It's you," Cui Feng shouted in shock. "That's right, it's me. Old man, hand over the City Lord's token if you know what's good for you, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yi Xian cut straight to the point. "What a sharp-tongued brat. I didn't look for you, but you came to me yourself. Today, I will avenge the 4 of them." Cui Feng shouted angrily and charged towards Yi Xian with a long sword in hand. "TSK, you should count your grandson in young Master Yang Ling." Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and sneered. Cui Feng's mind trembled when he heard what Yi Xian said, and his body stopped moving for a brief moment. However, this flaw was exploited by Yi Xian. 8 desolate wind formation. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke apart and attacked Cui Feng from 8 different directions. Not good. Cui Feng's expression changed. He had heard about Yi Xian's ability before this, so he immediately swung his long sword and deflected all the sharp blades. In terms of overall strength, Cui Feng was actually stronger than Cui Linjiang. However, Yi Xian was no longer the same young man who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. He had broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. The 8 desolate sword would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. After Yi Xian broke through to the Heavenly Core Realm, the 8 desolate wind formation and 8 desolate heavenly quake sword were the same. After just 2 rounds, Cui Feng couldn't hold on any longer. "No, this is impossible," Cui Feng shouted out loudly. But the 8 sharp blades didn't show any mercy. They slashed through his body with lightning speed and instantly cut him into pieces. Plop! Cui Feng's head fell onto the floor, and his eyes were wide open. After the head was cut off, the brain wouldn't die immediately, it would still be conscious for a period of time. Therefore, Cui Feng saw his own body being cut into pieces. What was the worst way to die? It wasn't to die without a complete corpse. It was to see his own body being cut into pieces like Cui Feng. Yi Xian walked over to Cui Feng and collected all his storage rings. After that, he poured all the items into his devouring dimension and started devouring them. Not bad. There are 6,000 devouring crystals. This old man has killed quite a lot of people. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he picked up the ordinary-looking token. City Lord token. As long as I hold this token for an hour, I'll be the City Lord of Lai Sky City and Guangjin City. Yi Xian smiled. At this time, Wei Jintian suddenly descended from the sky. "Ah, is this the City Lord token?" Song Sui-jing rushed over and took the token in her hand. Suddenly, the City Lord token emitted a purple light that soared into the sky. It turned out that the 10 minutes were up. "Yi Xian, what should we do next?" Adjudicator Song couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian directly replied, "Leave this place and wait for them to deliver themselves to us." Right now, he was the owner of the City Lord token. However, he didn't want to end it so quickly, so he thought of a way. As long as he threw the City Lord token to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song after half an hour, the time would be refreshed. However, there was a price to pay. What if the purple light attracted the Azure Sea Serpent? Moreover, they still haven't seen Zhang Shuahai and the others. If this continues, they may be in danger. In the end, Yi Xian decided to end this battle for the position of City Lord. He kept the City Lord token in his arms, then led Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song to the edge of the island. During this time, many people came to find them, but they were all killed by Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Well, we'll wait here for now. Wei Jintian, you watch from above. If the Azure Sea Serpent comes in our direction, inform me. After this matter is settled, you will be rewarded. Yi Xian said. In the sky, Wei Jintian's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to the sky to investigate. There were continuous rumbling sounds in the distance, allowing him to accurately find the location of the Azure Sea Serpent. At this time, half an hour had passed since Yi Xian took the City Lord token. In this half an hour, his harvest was much more than before. He estimated that as long as he swallowed 1 or 200 million top-grade crystal stones, he would be able to break through to the small Earth core realm. However, at this time, a few heavyweights finally came to find him. When Yi Xian saw their faces, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you guys would get it. Chapter 320. It was over. Yi Xian had seen this old man before. He was the City Lord of the second-ranked city, Wild Goose City, Suhanhai. As for the two masked men, they were two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain. Amazing! After seeing two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain, Yi Xian couldn't help but praise them. The three monsters of Secluded Mountain were recruited by Cui Linjiang, but now they were standing behind Suhanhai, which meant they had switched sides. Young man, you've had the City Lord's token for half an hour now. Isn't it time for you to hand it over? Suhanhai squinted his eyes and said, If I hand it over, can you spare our lives? Yi Xian smiled again. Suhanhai replied coldly, No, I'll at most leave you with a complete corpse. If that's the case, then come and take it yourself. Yi Xian took out the City Lord's token from his chest. You're courting death. When Suhanhai saw the City Lord's token, he immediately dashed towards it. More than 100 men had come here for this City Lord's token, and even he had nearly died under the claws of the Azure Sea Serpent. If he could obtain this City Lord's token, then his Su family would be able to control 3 main cities. At that point of time, his benefits would be multiplied. Besides, controlling 3 main cities in one family was something that had never happened before in the Zhong province. But he had chosen the wrong target. Deadly wind formation. A violent wind suddenly appeared. While Suhanhai was shocked, he was able to block the first round of attacks. But when the second round arrived, just like Cui Feng, he was cut into countless pieces. The 2 masked men behind him reacted quickly as well. They immediately turned around and ran away. Trying to run? Yi Xian, who was standing on the same spot, narrowed his eyes. Then he unleashed 8 sharp blades and killed the 2 men in an instant. Seeing the 3 men being killed by Yi Xian in an instant, Song Suijing, who was standing behind him, was shocked as well. With your current strength, you should be invincible amongst all divine core warriors, right? Yi Xian put away the 3 men's storage rings and said, But I'm still far from being able to face that Azure Sea Serpent. He saw the Azure Sea Serpent just now. It was a saint beast at the strength realm. With his current strength, he was no match for it. What? Sea Serpent? Sea Serpent? Song Suijing immediately panicked when he heard this. Don't worry. After Yi Xian said that, he started to check the contents of the universe ring. He didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed everything inside. Ding, the host's broken 7, heavenly. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's notification. What? Song Suijing seemed to have sensed something and carefully sensed it. 7 is, Serpent, the broken sea serpent treasure is for black god's god. This, Song Suijue was shocked. 5 seconds ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, but now, 5 seconds later, he had broken through. What kind of freak was this? My method of breaking through is different from yours. Alright, let's wait here for half an hour. Yi Xian said. After that, all they had to do was wait here. Every 10 minutes, the mayor's token would shoot out a purple beam that soared into the sky, leading the others to this location. When these people saw the three young men, they would rush forward without any hesitation. But all of them were killed by Song Sui Jing or Adjudicator Song. Just now, when Yi Xian and the other two men were watching from the sky, the Azure Sea Serpent was chasing after a late Heavenly Core warrior, who was also the last mayor of the upper three cities. Perhaps he was killed by the Azure Sea Serpent's claws. In other words, there were no late Heavenly Core warriors on this island right now. Right now, 50 minutes had passed since Yi Xian took over the mayor's token, and the fifth purple beam had disappeared. I don't think anyone will dare to come here. They all think the mayor's token is in Chui Feng's hands. Song Sui Jing sat on the edge of the cliff and said while looking at the ocean in front of them. I think so. Yi Xian's mood was heavy. It had been a long time, but he still hadn't seen the 6 men from the Divine Land City. He was afraid that something bad had happened to them, but he knew that Zhang Shuahai wasn't dead. If not, this would be the battle of the 3 cities. Soon, the 10 minutes had passed. Then Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. The battle of the City Lord's token is over. After hearing this voice, the remaining people on the island all smiled. Yi Xian raised his head and saw the blue moon bird slowly descending. He knew that the blue moon bird had always been above his head. After all, Yang Kai had to follow the mayor's token. Congratulations! Yang Kai stood on the blue moon bird's head and cupped his fist towards Yi Xian. Thank you, City Lord Yang. Yi Xian returned the gesture. After that, the 3 of them jumped onto the blue moon bird. Yang Kai rode on the blue moon bird and circled around the island, picking up everyone. The City Lord of the Divine Land City, Zhang Shuahai, wasn't dead, and so was his son, Zhang Yu. Their harvest this time was pretty good, and Zhang Shuahai had even broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm. But the other 3 men were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had met with some mishap. In this battle of the City Lord's token, a lot of people had died. Originally, there were more than 200 men, but now, there were less than 30 left. But those who were left had a lot of harvests as well. Strange, what happened to Chui Feng and the other 2 men and the Azure Sea Flood Dragon? Someone asked curiously. They must have been killed by the Azure Sea Flood Dragon. That Azure Sea Flood Dragon is gone too. Could it have returned to the underground cave? That's too scary, the Saint Beast is too strong. It killed one of the 3 monsters of Yu Mountain with just a claw. Luckily, it wasn't that fast or else we would have been killed by half. The survivors were secretly rejoicing. Oh right, who got the City Lord's token in the end? Finally, someone remembered this matter. At this moment, Yang Kai turned around and said, Yi Xian, from now on, you are the City Lord of Guangjin City and Lai Sky City. When everyone heard this, they followed his gaze and looked at Yi Xian. What, he is the new City Lord? He's so young, how did he get the City Lord's token? Did he get lucky? Sure, the 2 men next to him are both Heavenly Core warriors, even City Lord Yang's son, Yang Chan, who is the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters. I think he's even stronger than them. So what? Does this mean that they know how to manage such a big territory? Hearing these people's discussion, Yi Xian smiled lightly and said, Thank you, City Lord Yang. Alright, there's no one here, let's go back. Yang Kai said and prepared to send Yi Xian and the others back to the first main city. However, right at this moment, City Lord Yang, please wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out. What's wrong?